This is Libby Road and the Sound Epistemology Podcast. On this episode of the podcast, HonestApe Quayd comes back to our SE 101 room on Clubhouse to help demystify the approach of street epistemology. We have some good examples of the approach, and we also have a special appearance by Otangelo, who you may recognize from some of the popular call-in shows on YouTube. I hope you enjoyed this episode of the Sound Epistemology Podcast.
All right, so welcome everyone. This is the SE 101 room in the Street Epistemology Club, a room for creating street epistemologists. We are currently taking questions, so we're jumping right into the Q&A of the session. We're going to be taking questions from people who are interested in learning about street epistemology. Today we have Quayd as a guest speaker to help answer all of your questions. So we just ask that you please raise your hands if you'd like to ask a question, and that you put yourself back down to the audience once your questions have been answered, so we can bring the next person up on stage. If you'd rather not come on stage, feel free to send me a back channel message, and I'll ask that question on your behalf. The back channel is the paper airplane, bottom right-hand corner of the Clubhouse app. You can also just click on my profile and click on message. Confirm that. Message, and that'll send me a message, and I'll ask that question on your behalf. This room is created as a learning environment, and it's being recorded. Just keep that in mind. Also, we are also live streaming on YouTube. Thank you, Reed, for providing that. Also, lastly, if there's anyone that would like to have a belief examined, also we welcome you on stage if you would like to have to go through an SE session. So yeah, David, go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Early. Just wanted to point out that the live stream is coming from, I'm pretty sure it's coming from the Street Epistemology YouTube channel. So if you're in this conversation and you want to review it, that's the channel that you can go to review this room. I'm excited to have Quayd back. Quayd came in our room, our street epistemology room in the old club that we were having. And so welcome back, Quayd. Maybe you can kind of introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into street epistemology and your relationship with it.
I'm a teacher. Obviously, I like doing street epistemology. I teach English. I'm interested in like argumentation. I have a YouTube channel called What's Your Argument? I also have some blog posts up just under my name. So I do a lot of activities that relate to having conversations with people and how to do that successfully. The reason that I'm interested in street epistemology, it really happened in my master's program. I was really interested in the discrepancy between expert communities and the general public. So when it comes to things like climate change or vaccinations or evolution, pretty much any topic where it seems like there's academic or scientific consensus, where there isn't so much a consensus in the voting public. I used to be a fundamentalist, conservative, conspiracy theorist, Christian, up until about the age of 19, maybe even 22. Somewhere in that time is where I started to shift some of my beliefs. But it seemed that there were some pretty clear reasons for the discrepancies. And so I did my best to try to figure out first why I was convinced, and then put that into words and see if I could convey any semblance of that to other people. So that is ultimately my goal. Yeah. So I think probably, though, to fully answer the question, it's Peter Boghossian's book is obviously going to be one of the things. I think I was researching potentially empathy and argumentation, and just in my research, that book came up, and then I found the community online, and that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for coming back. Um, just to remind everybody in the audience, we are taking questions. So if you have a question, raise your hand and we'll bring you on stage. While we wait for some questions, we can continue with some introductions here. Just real quick, my name's David. I live in Olympia, Washington. I'm a student of street epistemology, and I like to teach what my understanding of street epistemology is. Obviously, I'm still learning the approach. I think it is a compassionate conversation tool that creates a space for us to explore the sufficiency of the reasons and the reliability of the methods our conversation partner uses to support a high level of confidence that a belief they hold is likely true. So welcome everyone. I also run the Sound Epistemology Facebook group. Sound epistemology comes from the fact that I live close to the Puget Sound, the body of water near Seattle. And also run the Chapman Bay YouTube channel, where you can find a lot of the recordings of these rooms that we've been having basically since June. I want to say June 26 was our first street epistemology room in Atheism Club, in which we had Anthony Magnabosco and Reed Nice Wonder on to kind of start this series. And it's been really awesome to have everyone here, Alfonso and Early, and many others helping us have a place for people to figure out what street epistemology is and how to use it. The title of this room today is Demystifying the Approach. There is and I'll probably have Quayd talk a little bit more about this since he's been more involved than I have so far. But there is a street epistemology course that's being developed by some of the experts on the approach. It's moving. It's moving quite along. Hopefully, it'll be out soon for everyone to check out. And so that will hopefully help in demystifying what street epistemology is. And hopefully today's room can help a little bit with that as well. So, Early, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came across all this, if you don't mind?
Um, no, yeah, for sure. I I am gonna cheat a little, and I'm actually gonna read the bio that I took me a while to put together for Alfonso. So I currently I work for a computer software company as a workflow developer, where we help organizations solve and automate a variety of business processes. I was raised Seventh-day Adventist up until my early 20s, where I kind of started departing from the church. And I started to kind of get exposed and read more about science and epistemology, understanding how the mind works. And that's what kind of eventually led me to, agnostic atheist, which many years later, but it kind of slowly progressed into that. Also, my passions include, but are not limited to, coding, hobby electronics, photography, running, and the outdoors. Absolutely. SE specifically, I think there's a few things when you kind of first get exposed to. Um, I enjoyed a lot of debates. I'll start this way. I enjoyed watching debates and Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris, and a few others. Um, they had these great debates, mostly regarding the topic of religion and such. And inevitably, soon after, you know, you watch so many of these, the SE, Anthony Magnabasco, he kind of started popping into my feed on YouTube. And I absolutely enjoyed the methodology and the process of asking these questions. And I think part of the intrigue for me with SE has been learning how and like the questions to ask. I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but for me, it has been my first attraction to SC was, in fact, knowing what questions to ask when somebody makes a claim or when somebody asks or makes a certain assertion. And it's mostly why I'm attracted to SC, just to learning how to actually do that. So yeah, that's David. That's pretty much how I got exposed to it. It was just through YouTube and Anthony Magnavasco's channel. Yeah, and real quick, if anyone in the audience is looking for the live stream that Reed is being nice enough to actually live stream this, if you search Street Epistemology, the first channel on there is actually Anthony Magnavasco. YouTube gives you Anthony Magnavasco's channel first. If you just keep scrolling down, you'll eventually get to the Street Epistemology channel, and that's what this is being live streamed. I just wanted to put that on there as well, actually, because it was a bit confusing when I first looked this up. Yeah, so that's
Yeah, and I'll add real quick, if you're interested in seeing really good examples of street epistemology conversations, you can go to Anthony Magnabosco's channel. He's got hundreds probably of really good examples of SE talks. Also read Nice Wonders channel, Cordial Curiosity. Um, so many great conversations on that channel too. Basically, if you have a particular subject that you're interested in maybe seeing how somebody would engage in a conversation like this, you can put in the search bar street epistemology and then the subject that you're interested in. And chances are you'll find a street epistemology conversation dealing with that subject. So I would highly recommend checking those out. Quayd also has some good talks on his channel. What's Your Argument? Um, recommend that. Abstract Activist, Mark Solomon, um, Dolly, which also goes by Juggling Lessons, has some really good talks on there. So there's just an ocean of resources of really good SE conversations if you're interested in checking that out. So Alfonso, want to introduce yourself and how you got into this, and then maybe we'll do another reset, and hopefully we'll get some questions up here. And if not, I'll bug Quaid again with some questions for him.
Sure. Can you hear me properly?
I can hear you.
Yeah, you sound a little muffled, Alfonso, but we can tell what you're saying. You're audible.
Okay. Yeah, I can't talk loud because my wife and children are sleeping.
You sound good.
Okay. I can't really remember how I got into street epistemology. It must have been a year or two before I entered Clubhouse. I don't mean I got into it, but I got exposed to it. And I thought it was, a great way of approaching interacting with people. And but it was just, one of my interests, I guess, that I didn't go deep into. And I would often see David lurking in the audience. He wouldn't want to come up to the stage much in Under Atheism Club. And I pinged him into a room, and I just wanted to get to know him and see what he was about. And turned out he was a very interesting man. And we started these rooms, and I became passionate, I guess, about promoting street epistemology because of our interactions in the rooms that we've been running and the people we've invited. And also, it got a little bit boring to always have these aggressive debates in Under Atheism Club, and we wanted to have a more welcoming stage for people of all faiths, religions, belief systems. And I'm like I often say, I'm trying to get into the mindset of street epistemology, which isn't easy because you have to focus 100% on your interlocutor, and better if you take notes, better if you have some way of following that thread of or that the way the person's thinking. So yeah, I tried a couple of times to have some interactions. Boycotted by my club deck account that if you're not running it constantly, it'll be outdated, and the moment you open up your computer, it'll take forever to update the app, and you need, otherwise you need another way of setting up a recording. So yeah, I basically I'm very thankful to David and Early as well, and all our guests. Quayd, thank you. It's the second time you're joining us. And yeah, I'm just trying to get into that mindset more and more. I'm still kind of a little bit, what's the word? Struggling to be critical, I guess, because I get too entertained by a person's journey and a person's beliefs, and I kind of put the critical thinking aside, and I just keep learning about what they believe, and maybe that'll show me another way of approaching street epistemology. But yeah, that's me. Thank you, David.
Awesome. And thanks for being here. I know that sometimes it's a challenge um, for you to be for you to be on with everything that you have going on, um, being a stay-at-home dad and all the things that come with that. So I really appreciate you and you your commitment and helping me with these rooms. It's always good to have you. Plus, you know, you bring a lot of people into the room too, so that's always nice. So yeah, Early, do you want to do a quick
So yeah,
reset? Hopefully, we'll get some more questions. Then I've got a few questions, and you guys too, Alfonso, Early, you're welcome to ask Quaid some questions if you have any. So go for it.
for sure, for sure. Yeah, so welcome everyone to the SE 101 room. We are currently taking questions, so if you have any questions on street epistemology, feel free to raise your hands. We're currently bringing people up one at a time. Also, if you have any beliefs or claims that you would like to have examined, feel free to raise your hands. We would love to maybe have a couple of examples of a street epistemology session as well. Yeah, so also if you do not feel comfortable coming up on stage, feel free to send me a back channel message, and I'll ask the question on your behalf. Yeah, go ahead, David.
Great, thanks. Yeah, something that Alfonso was saying earlier, he was mentioning that when I first started coming into some of his rooms on Clubhouse, I wasn't really interested in coming up on stage and saying a lot of things, because I'm really a shy shy person. I don't really like engaging with people. Um, I'd rather just sit back. But what street epistemology has helped me with is having more confidence to engage with people about pretty much anything. And so it's really increased my how interact socially. I have this tool that I can use so that I can have really good conversations with people. So, Quaid, you heard Alfonso and his kind of uh, I don't know if you'd call it struggles or challenges that he's been having, and I was wondering if you had any advice for someone who was in his position, just from what you heard from a street epistemology perspective. Maybe you can share um, some things that can kind of help out with that, um, or you can talk about whatever you want. But I was curious if you had any advice for that sort of thing.
Yeah, I almost have almost the reversed issue in that small talk or the the process of maintaining rapport is it comes less easy to me, and the critical process comes easier. Um, I would suggest, I think, two main things. One is, like, if you haven't heard about the Tolman argumentation model, just learn some of the basics of that, and then get really used to using it. Um, and that's helped me when it comes to not only thinking of critical questions, but potentially fair critical questions, which can be hard to do. So you kind of want to get used to, like, listening to their claim, listening to whatever information they think proves the claim, and then thinking about what rule uh, or what presupposition do they have here that connects their information to their claim. And then from there, once you have that, I find it's easier to think about what questions you would ask that are going to create tension between their information and their claim. Um, Sometimes too much. Sometimes it's more than they can bear, or they'll start to emote in some way, which is another issue. You have to make sure that you've really built up some good rapport sometimes to avoid that. Um, But for me, that's pretty much it. I don't think you necessarily have issues because you can't do it. I think you have issues just because you're focused on something which is a lot of times more important, which is really getting to know the person, and that's actually my issue. I try to, whatever rapport building I do ends up kind of still being centered around this idea of arguments or argumentation, because that tends to be what I'm most concerned about, is just what the person believes and why they believe it. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Also, I guess keeping it simple too. Just get one claim and one or a few pieces of information, and like once you have that, try to start asking questions, I guess.
This is the Tolman model,
Yeah.
Toman.
T O U Toulmin. Tolman. It's by Stefan
Okay.
Tolman. And there have been like elaborations on it too. It's also really great for, there are a lot of great studies on argument mapping, which use variations of the Tolman model. And what a lot of research is showing now is that students who are made to argument map, again, based roughly on some type of Tolman model style, are better critical thinkers. So it improves their critical thinking to be able to write down what their claim is, what, uh, as Tolman would say, their data is. I just call it information because I think it may be clearer for people. And then also their warrant is the important part. And the warrant connects the data to the claim. So it has us think about, um, basically, does the data prove the claim? Is this a good rule to have? You can kind of turn it turn it into an if and then statement. If the data, then the claim. Um, and it makes it a lot easier. Especially, I think sometimes you can just say that can actually be a question where you can say, okay, if your data, then your claim, is this true? And then a lot of times that alone can start to reveal issues with the reasoning process.
Okay. Cool. Hmm. It, are you able to contrast street epistemology and the Tolman model?
Yeah, I think the Tolman model is a useful tool to get to the epistemological part of street epistemology. It has nothing to do with rapport building or how you have the conversation. So it is just one small uh, aspect. Again, it's not going to help you with rapport building really at all, because it's just, the Tolman model is just, you figure out what the claim is, you figure out what information they think proves that claim, and then you try to get the warrant down. And again, the if then statement is a very mathematical, formulaic process. Uh, and so that's not going to help you with building any type of rapport, which is very important in street epistemology. Street epistemology might ask that you have a lot of other conversations first before you get into the meat, so to speak.
Okay. You mentioned when you were talking about the Tolman model about mapping out arguments. Um, I really like that idea because I'm a really kind of visual person. Would you say that the Tolman model encourages, because you said like write it down, and I guess what's coming to mind is a lot of times when Reed is out tabling, he'll use a lot of visual props, scales, and mapping out arguments, and post-it notes and colors and chips and whiteboard and all this cool visual stuff. Um, is that kind of what's encouraged with the Tolman model, or is it just kind of a visual picture in your head that's happening?
It's not so much visual. I mean, you don't have to actually write down the Tolman model if you know how the process works, but it's a way of analyzing language. it's a way of, I mean, the purpose of it was Stephen Tolman was trying to understand how arguments are made, and he considered both the way that they happen in academia and science and also in the public sometimes. So he really looked at all the arguments that were happening, and he said, what are the key constituents that tend to come up when people are arguing? And so it's really just a way of categorizing the information that you get in a lot of arguments and making sure that really everything's fleshed out. A lot of times what will happen is people will give the claim and the information, and then I think I'm reiterating some of the things I said last time I was here, but essentially the conversation becomes about the claim, or it becomes about the information. And a lot of times it's more fruitful if it's about the warrant. And so that's something that a lot of people miss. But it is essentially just a way of categorizing the different parts of an argument. So it is not going to have anything to do with like visual information. All of that is really in addition to what I feel like the Tolman model can do to help you think about arguments.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Alfonso, I was wondering if you had any thoughts about that, and if that helps with your situation at all. Um, any response?
I was just reading, and well, one thing that I have is I find it really hard to structure myself. I remember I was studying acting many years ago, 2008, and I was getting directions from my teacher, and I'm, you know, it was really hard to frame myself under the ideas that were being taught, right? So I'm looking at the Tolman model, and I'm gonna study it a little bit. I'm gonna look, but I wonder really if I'll be able to internalize it. I guess I would have to read it a few times. So I'll read what I have. It says that there's 6 components of an effective argument. Claim is the first one, a statement that something is so. Data, the backing for the claim. Warrant, the link between the claim and the grounds. Backing, support for the warrant. Modality, the degree of certainty employed in offering the argument. And rebuttal, exceptions to the initial claim. There's a lot to unpack from that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna give it a try.
Yeah, I would, in terms of what you were just saying, I would recommend trying, because there's also some code switching that goes on. When Tolman originally like came up with the idea, there was, I think maybe he does mention grounds, but some things get kind of like interchanged. But you want the claim, and you want the I could also send you some links where he uses actual examples, or we can think of examples kind of right on the spot that kind of fit this formula. But I think grounds is in some ways being conflated with the data and potentially the warrant. But the essence of it really goes to like, yeah, so the claim is what's being said. So like I can say that Socrates is immortal, he is mortal, that can be my claim. And somebody can ask, okay, what information is that based off of? And I can say Socrates is a human. And so then you want to ask, okay, what underlying rule has this person created about the universe that allows this information to prove this claim, what contextualizes the information. And so again, it can be really easy to just make an if-then statement. So if someone is a human, then they're mortal. And then from there, once you have that rule, you can start to think about how good is that rule? Does that hold up in all the instances that we can think about? Are there any instances that we can think about where that rule doesn't hold up? And I'm hard pressed to think of one. I'm sure that there are people that could think of exceptions to that rule. I think it's a pretty good rule. The backing then supports the warrant. So the warrant really is it's an inductive. It's really an inductive claim. So it's a claim that you get through the inductive process as opposed to the deductive process. But the backing there can just be like death certificates or morgue reports or obituaries, things that you've seen that really support this idea that if someone's a human, then they're mortal. You have all this information, a bunch of information, as opposed to maybe just one piece of information that proves that warrant is a good rule. So that's it in simplicity. Rebuttal is just anything that you can think against the claim, or really anything, the warrant. Grounds is mentioned a lot. I probably have to go look up the difference between grounds and everything else myself, but as far as I understand it, really. Oh, and then you also had the modality, which you can also think of qualifiers, which is a good thing to know too, which is, and this goes into the degree of confidence when we talk about street epistemology. But is there anything that we need to change about the claim that would better reflect the information or the data that we have? So this is where you get into like the Socrates example isn't going to be the best one, but you may have a situation in which you need to say something like, well, some people are mortal. Or Socrates may be mortal, let's say, or Socrates is most likely mortal. Let's put it that way. Would probably actually be the way that you would want to. So Socrates is most likely mortal. Maybe there was a human that we don't know about that didn't die, or maybe there will be one in the future that doesn't die. But if we're talking about a subject and that subject's name is Socrates and that subject is human, then chances are highly likely that they're mortal. And that would be the modality or modal logic as opposed to classical logic, so to speak. So, but I think once you get the idea of claim and information and warrant, you're pretty good. I don't know if you need to know everything about the Tolman model.
Yeah, I think it comes down to, I guess, studying it, like watching other people do it, and in practice at the end of the day, which I plan on doing. But it is, I mean, I think it can be highly academic, and that's probably where I struggle. But thanks.
Yeah, no problem. And again, there are lots of examples out there. Yeah, I think the one that he uses is, you can say Harry is a British subject. That's the one that he uses in his book. And then so it's just like, okay, how do you know that Harry is a British subject? How do you know that Harry is British? And the information that's given is, well, Harry was born in Bermuda. And so the rule is, if someone's born in Bermuda, then they must be British. And again, there are actually counter arguments given to that. But I think once you have those three things, you're prepared to think like, okay, is everyone that's born in Bermuda British? Are there any examples where that's not true? And could Harry be an exception to this rule? Or do we need to qualify this claim to make it more true? Like, well, Harry is most likely a British subject because there are a few instances in which somebody is born in Bermuda and isn't British.
This is great. This is good stuff, because I'm hearing a lot of SE themes in your description of the Tolman model, and it's like you said, it's not necessarily focused on the rapport building or the conversation, but actually like the meat of the epistemological meat of an SE conversation, and also making sure that you have an accurate representation of the claim that the conversation partner is having, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it really helps me anyway. That so many conversations that I've had in the past were cleared up just by making sure I'm writing down the correct claim, that we're both in agreement that it's the correct claim, that I'm getting exactly what they think their information is. It can be supposed information too, which is something else that I would recommend. This doesn't have to be like, they don't have to pull up a study right there or anything like that. It can just be any information that they think may be true that they feel like is supporting the claim. Because a lot of times, um, even if that you can grant that information is true, and there's still something wrong with the reasoning, like we can still explore the reasoning, regardless of whether the claim, the information or the data is true or not.
Awesome. I actually really I never heard of the Tolman model. But Alfonso, I agree. I think we should hold a room on the topic. I would like to kind of like academically get into a bit more. I want to remind everyone, we are in the Q&A session. So if anybody has a question on street epistemology, or maybe even the Tolman model that we've been talking about, feel free to raise your hand and we'll bring you up on stage. You can also send me a back channel message if you have any questions and you prefer not to come on stage. But yeah, the stage is open for anyone that wants to come up, either a question or if you have a claim that you would like to have examined, a belief that you would like to have examined, scrutinized, is how I like to say. Yeah, feel free to raise your hand. And David, thank you for pointing out the live stream that we have going on as well. There was a question on there. If you guys don't mind, I would like to just maybe put on that question, and we can then keep talking about maybe the Solomon model or SE.
Yeah, I would say let's treat the questions in the YouTube live chat as the same as like a back channel question
Exactly.
here. Yeah.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Um, yeah. So the question in the live stream: do you guys think that people in America are growing up with less critical thinking skills, less critical thinking skills because of the amount of media they consume, especially when media is dominated? I think they meant dominated, dominated by opinion and entertainment. Yeah,
Yeah, so basically, uh, how much does our media affect the amount of critical thinking um, that we have? I don't know. Do you want to answer that, Quaid?
Yeah, sure. I I don't know in terms of if the question is how in America or the U.S. is what I'm guessing. How much has critical thinking diminished, and specifically like because of our media or because of the content that pretty much everybody has access to, or our inclinations to be entertained, um, is the part that I like the most. I'm not sure how much it's changed. My guess is that it's improved. Honestly, my guess is actually that our critical thinking has improved. I don't think that it's still nearly as good as it needs to be, especially for like voting citizenry. Um, so that's where I would say, if I had to guess, and again, the first issue is that like we don't really have. I don't know of any studies definitively proving that it's uh, um, degraded over time. And I also think that we've always had issues with entertainment. Humans have always been captivated by what's shiny or what's, kind of the aesthetic value of things. Um, but over time, I think, for instance, like in terms of modern science and modern reasoning, those are roughly 200 years old, 250 in terms of modern science. Some fallacies are over, but now you kind of have this wealth of information on YouTube and online that, that's how I learned it. I learned a lot of what I know about critical thinking from content that was online. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily reduced. I would say, if I had to guess, I would guess that it's gotten better. It still needs to be a lot better. And absolutely, entertainment is, it's the fact that there are so many other things that are way more interesting to us than, um, unfortunately, like, how true are my thoughts really? Or, just asking yourself that question, or sitting down with yourself and having conversations with other people that are uncomfortable. We tend not to want to do those things. We tend to want to keep it. We have a kind of evolutionary disposition to seek out what isn't stressful, what isn't um, going to cause us emotional or psychological harm, uh, which can happen if you're in a. It's certainly not going to be fun to have a conversation about a controversial topic where two people disagree. So,
Yeah, we often talk about uh, having your deeply held beliefs questioned is really similar to being threatened on an evolutionary in an evolutionary perspective, and being entertained is way more, seems like it'd be way more distracting than thinking critically. But I guess this question raises another question, and that would be, what causes people to um, raise their critical thinking? Do you have any ideas? I mean, street epistemology would be my one of my top five on how to raise critical thinking. But maybe you can speak a little bit about what other ways would be helpful in increasing the amount of critical thinking that we as a society have.
yeah, I think, yeah, that was a good question. I think that basically doing it and promoting it are the two main things. It's not easy to do. Uh, it does, a lot of times it isn't fun. But I think it has a lot to do, or I think the answer is going to be similar to most things that aren't necessarily fun or easy. Like, how do you get better at basketball? Well, you play a lot of basketball and you try to learn the fundamentals, and you do it a lot. That's what you do. In terms of making it more socially significant, I feel like that's an even tougher thing. And I think that part of that's going to be promoting it. Part of it is going to be, people are going to have to start to see benefits in it, which I think can be difficult to see with the way that our society is set up. You can be the most wrong-minded person in the world, but potentially be one of the wealthiest, or one of the most influential. And I think that has something to do with, like, if people, we have two sides of things. One is like reasoning, and one is rhetoric. And rhetoric is like the persuasive aspect of things. So if somebody's really good at persuading and people can't tell the difference between a good and bad argument, um, you're going to get a situation in which, especially once they start to become familiar with critical thinking and reasoning, and they find out that it sucks, when they could just listen to this guy who, or female, or whoever that's on stage and is really passionate and entertaining. um, it's a lot easier to listen to that person and be impassioned by what they're saying, than to sit down and think about all the reasons they could or may be wrong. Um, I think that ultimately will take overcation, or I'm sorry, it'll take education overhaul. I think is ultimately, we would have to redo our education system.
Yeah, we were talking earlier in the lounge about schools, different schools that we went to, and I have to say that unfortunately, I wasn't really exposed to a lot of critical thinking in the schools that I attended, per se, as an actual subject, like critical thinking. So yeah, I agree. Like, better education um, about that uh, could definitely help. Um, Early, Alfonso, do you have any questions for Quaid?
I I I have a comment, and I don't know if it's a challenge or my intuition. It's and I want to acknowledge that it is just intuition. About the critical thinking thing. If you've hung out with me in some of the rooms here in Clubhouse, you probably heard me talk about critical thinking and what I perceive to be a declining popularity in just critically thinking about um, the things we see, the claims that we hold, beliefs that we hold. Uh, but there may be some room for me to even really analyze that and critically think about whether I actually have enough information to know that. But my intuition does tell me that like there seems to be a less critical thinking, and there's a lot more influence. And when Quaid says that critical thinking has improved, I do believe that things like, I've never heard of the Tolman model. I assume that there's probably people working on it. Maybe it'll get better. Uh, will improve on that system of breaking down arguments. But the general population seems to be. It seems like that the more we know, the more knowledge we have. But the media companies are also learning more about our psychology, and I don't know if that maybe disproves my point of view or helps my point of view, but it seems to me like there's a lot more influence and people going along with influence from outside. And someone brought up the idea of the charismatic speaker that's more fun to talk to, and I feel like media has learned a little bit about that, and it's definitely what I perceive to be employing those methods in order to attract the psychology of the people. Um, and yeah, and even when people are doing critical thinking nowadays, it seems like this absurd exaggeration of critical thinking where people are questioning things that maybe shouldn't be questioned or questioning just for the sake of questioning. Um, and so, no, yeah, I mean, I think that question that was asked in the live stream, I think it has some merits, but again, it is mostly just an intuition, anecdotally from my observation.
Yeah. Yeah, I can say that in terms of where we agree that my guess is we agree that critical thinking is an issue, for certain, um, and that the general public, in particular, uh, has an issue with it, and that is in part connected to um, entertainment or um, our prioritization of things like critical thinking. But I think about things like, so for instance, the term circus and peanuts has been around for a really long time, and that's something that expresses the obsession of the public with entertainment over other things. People talked about issues with the beliefs of the general public um, during the Roman Empire, and attributed some of the ailments of that society to the fact that a lot of the public was so misinformed and also being manipulated by people that were in power. And so that hasn't really changed. But what has changed is, well, for one thing, like when you think about the fact that like modal logic really hasn't even been around that long. So, what is it? I hope I don't get his name wrong. Charles Sanders Peirce. The fact that humans had to have a conversation about the idea that not everything was absolute, and that we didn't have to express ourselves in that way, and that we could express ourselves in ways that limited our claims in terms of how confident we were in that claim, and then also scales and metrics. So the quantification of things, the fact that that's relatively new to me says that we've progressed when it comes to critical thinking. Our dissemination of those ideas is very poor. I was going to go back to what David was saying, because I didn't learn it either. I didn't have a critical thinking class. I didn't have one in college either. I didn't have one in master's.
Quayd, if I can ask you,
Yeah.
because I think you touched on one thing that's really true about it being new. I think that's very fair. The other thing that I think might be happening, just to add on to what you're saying, is I'm a carpenter by profession, so my decisions professionally really become matter of fact. Like, things have to happen. If I don't execute something a certain way, then things will not be level. Things won't be on time. They won't be real. And I think, relative to your time regarding like the current state of affairs with human beings, I'm curious if this makes sense. I have a suspicion that human beings don't actually engage with factual reality that much. We're really abstracted away from our day in, day out activities. Like, some people don't understand any consequences to their actions because they do something that's a very abstract job that they don't even understand. They move the paper from one item to another, like the TPS reports in the famous movie Office Space, I think is the name of it. And I'm curious if you've all bumped into this too, where I am talking to somebody and they'll make a claim, but the claim won't be a thought they actually truly ironed out, whether it's true or not. And then it becomes sort of a crescendo of failures after that. Once I realize that their worldview is based off of norms that they've never actually had to figure out whether they're true or not. And then it becomes not even a conversation about the particular topic that we're talking about, but a more broader topic about worldview adjustment. And I guess because I lack the language, like an education to them about the things that are happening in the world. Does that sound true, what I'm saying? Or is that doesn't make any sense?
I'm trying to piece it together a little bit, so tell me if I'm incorrect. But the idea is, because of the like roles or the activities that people engage with on a day-to-day basis, um, the things that they're engaging with are mostly abstractions, and so um, they don't really even need to know how to figure out so much what's true at a fundamental level, because they're working with abstractions. Is that the one of the ideas?
Yeah, that's the main body of the idea, and I think I lean towards refrigeration of food and also food production at the current state of affairs that it's at, and how people think that we can just, you know, there always will be food because there always has been food. End of conversation.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah. Uh I mean, yeah, I would say that you're right. And this goes to like, there's a lot of, I forget what the guy's name is. Maybe somebody else here knows it, but there's a guy that talks about how, like, in terms of evolution, we are primed to survive, not primed to figure out what's true. And once you really, and then there's a lot of models that demonstrate that this is true. So we're in a scenario where if you get a lot of questions incorrect in terms of like objective reality, there's not really a recourse against it. uh, there is for some, but a lot of things you'll get away with. And really, um, like, it actually makes sense in terms of, not to get too controversial here, but the idea of religion. Like, religion makes sense once you understand that evolution doesn't care what's true; it cares about what helps us. So, for instance, you have, you know, ancient peoples or people who wrote the Bible, who are going to say, do this and do that. And it's clear that it gave them some advantage because of germs, but they didn't know what germs were. And so you're in a situation in which the truth of what's causing it, and then things start to make sense from there, because you're like, well, they're doing this and that, and it doesn't make sense. And it's like, yeah, it really sprung up from this belief that helped them survive, even though there was an occlusion of actual, what was actually real there.
Are you touching on fitness payoffs? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's essentially it.
Yeah, and with this being a consensus of, let's just say that you and I have a consensus that this, what I'm saying makes sense, and what we're agreeing upon makes sense. My general feeling right now is, again, going to the title of the club of this room, Street Epistemology, and I don't know if are you guys talking about demystifying the approach? Like, are you talking about specifically techniques in order to operate this other technique of street epistemology, or is it now a broader question about just trying to produce critical thinking into the human condition or cultural acceptance? Is that where you're at right now?
Well, historically, especially in this format, there's a lot of confusion as far as what street epistemology is and what street epistemology is not. It's not that popular of an idea. Um, so we have a lot of people show up that have never heard of street epistemology before. And so we're kind of taking steps to try to explain the approach to whoever is interested. To answer your question,
Yeah, that is very helpful because I think that might put a break into the direction I was going in.
feel free to elaborate on that. This is Nathan, by the way. Welcome to the stage, Nathan, for audio purposes. It's good to have you. Yeah, if you want to elaborate on the break that you're talking about, feel free to, and maybe we can help out. We can kind of work through it.
Sure. Pleasure, David. I'll push through. I'll jump off this cliff, and we'll see if it's fun for us to talk about it, and we can just bag it if it's becoming, not useful. So, I don't know if I've been practicing strict street epistemology, but I think I've been practicing a level of just critical thinking for a long period of time at this point. And I don't think I had the proper name for it for a while. I don't want to get into too much of the weeds of when I came up with this name or when it happened, but it was probably 2007. I got into a frustrating conversation with somebody, and we came to a head, and I left the conversation, and I went to Google, and I typed in, "Why don't people use common sense?" And a critical thinking website showed up, and I was like, "Oh, this is amazing!" And I just dove into it, and I found out there's a whole culture with this in their wheelhouse. And I started to get really excited, and for 5 to 7, 10 years, I've been thinking this was something that would be approachable, something that would be useful. But one of the things that I came to up against was not as much as not, the problem wasn't my ability or inability to walk through a conversation with somebody and use their own logic to try to build a case to steelman their position or to help me understand their position so I could get prepared for my worldview to change or get prepared for their worldview to change. What I was bumping into was a lot of people really hadn't spent a lot of time thinking about the subject that they're actually claiming that they know a knowledge about, and they didn't know that they didn't know that. And then it became more of an educational time suck for me, where I was walking more away from critical thinking and I was moving more into basic fundamentals, like high probabilistic claims like gravity's real, or you know you need a certain amount of water per day to live, or the earth isn't flat, these type of things. And I'm just sort of curious if street epistemology, like, I guess you're sort of buying in that you don't need to deal with that area, or is that an area that I'm not aware of that street epistemology touches, or is that when the circuit breaker gets thrown that, like, okay, this conversation is not going to be
useful enough for me to continue to have this conversation.
It sounds like um, kind of using street epistemology and moving away from critical thinking uh, kind of made it fuzzy as far as prioritizing the claims that are worth exploring. Would that be, is that kind of what you're, is that kind of what you're saying? Like,
Well,
it,
to be fair, David, and help me out here, I might not know. I haven't read a strict book on street epistemology. I've gotten the clip notes from the major players. One of the people that wrote the book on the fundamentals, Peter Boghossian, and I have the clip notes, but I haven't read the book. So maybe I'm missing a chapter where he touches on this subject. Is that possible, Dave?
yeah, absolutely. And I think reading the two books, A Manual for Creating Atheists, and then the updated book, How to Have Impossible Conversations, what I like to call the Old and the New Testament of street epistemology. That's absolutely helpful. I think that another great resource would be watching street epistemology videos and actual conversations that happen. Um, but I think it would be important to add, and then I'll let Quayd expand on this. But I think critical thinking can be seen as having a street epistemology conversation with yourself. That would be one way for me to describe what critical thinking is asking yourself these particular questions. Um, so
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
yeah, do you have anything to add to that, Quaid?
Yeah, a few things. One would be that something that you could fall into the trap of is because there are a lot of techniques out there that involve critical thinking or asking questions, and we had to differentiate street epistemology from those things. And a big thing is rapport too. So just recognizing that you can understand all the questions you should ask, and it still might not go over well. And so a big part of street epistemology isn't just knowing the right questions. It's the context you set in order for that to go well. And to add another book to potentially read on this is Difficult Conversations, How to Discuss What Matters Most. It was written by, or I think the Harvard Law Review Team or something like that, the Harvard Law Project. But one of the things they talk about, and one of the things that clears things up in terms of some of the things you've been talking about when it comes to talking to other people, is people aren't just having a conversation about logic. It talks about 3 different conversations, but one of those other ones is emotions. And so that there's an emotional component to all this, and an emotional conversation that needs to be had. And I think that is a way to view street epistemology too, is that street epistemology allows you to acknowledge the emotional components of the conversations you're having and be aware of them, and to navigate that segment of the conversation properly.
I'm gonna go down a road here, and you guys just steer away if you don't want to go down this road. Let's talk about something soft or relatively not as toxic or inflammatory as other things. Recycling. I live in New York City, and there's a pretty robust recycling program here. I don't think it's as hardcore as maybe the West Coast, but I grew up as an environmentalist. My father was probably like cast in the fires of the environmental movement, through the first Earth Day and so forth and so on. And he would pride himself on the small amount of trash that he would throw away every week. Now I became a renovation contractor. I demolish probably perfectly good things like kitchens and bathrooms, and I've seen whole homes getting thrown into large trash bins, which are called 60-yard, demo bins. So did some math in the back of a napkin at one point and just came to the conclusion, like, if waste in general continues to occur at the level that it's occurring at, then even with the recycling, program at full production, there still won't be a way out of this situation without engineering coming into play. So I had a friend over, and she went down the road of like, well, we just need to recycle and reduce our plastic use, and that will solve all of our problems. And I was trying to bring in some softer points of what I've just stated with you, the sort of longer version of it. And it finally came to a head when she went down the road that plastic parts are getting lifted by water molecules through evaporation and going into clouds and then being distributed throughout the world, because we got into I guess, the trenches about whether bringing up a child in New York City was ethical under the conditions of the environment, or moving to, an obscure place like the state of Maine, where there's probably really fresh, clean water still. And her claim was that that water doesn't exist anymore because these plastic particles have been found in fish in the Colorado River that are, elevation 25 or whatever the number is, and that, plastics are everywhere. And I mean, I primed this story with this is just a light version but I could probably cut and paste this same version to many different conversations about more complicated and more important topics. And I'm just sort of curious, like, I guess I'm coming into the situation a little bit. I want you to change my mind, I guess is what I'm saying here. Like, it would be great if you could give me some kind of mechanism or language or tools from this camp that you're in to help me understand when you're dealing with people that get wrapped around the axle with their, I mean, I don't know how to politely put it, so I'm just going to say just delusions of grandeur, and you can come up with some better terms for me to use. Like, how do you walk people towards something that's just way more like true? And I guess this is like, maybe this is my failings, that, like, I have a particular angle, right? I have a particular axe to grind, I guess, where I think that engineering is going to be the way out of any environmental solution for the future of the human race. So I get really frustrated from a emotional position that people want to use recycle, reduce, reuse as the way out of this model. And more to the point, they take their time and energy to politically back those fronts, when if they just had one out of 100 of them became a a product engineer or a chemical engineer, they might actually build a product that might be times 50 more effective than all the recycling and reducing that New York City does for the rest of my life. So does this rant help? Like, are you able to pull on something there that helps me understand how I can get back on team critical thinking conversations? Because I'm getting to the point now where I'm thinking, like, this actually might not be the way to go, and it might be better just to go down the traditional roads of shame and brute force control of the situation. Is there something there for you guys to help me with?
I mean, I can speak on that. I would say, like, this is a personal thing, so this isn't something that I think other street epistemologists would necessarily agree with me about, but I'm for both. I think that a better society is one in which people think critically and assess information and come to the best possible conclusions they could come to based off of that information. But we're still, like I was saying before, highly emotional beings. So a lot of it is just acknowledging that there's an emotional conversation going on as well. Not everything is about logic, unfortunately. Well, not necessarily even unfortunately, but for a lot of things, there's this entanglement between what we want to be true about the world and our emotions on the topic. So to me, it would be a matter of honestly, and this is maybe where people would disagree with me and I may be seen as unethical, but to do both. I think that if you can um, play on someone's emotions to get them to do something that's going to, and again, you have to be really careful with that idea, but uh, get people to ultimately make better decisions, that's one way to play the game. Another thing that I always think about when I'm thinking about things like this is that's been done for a really long time with humans now, and we always seem to get into these ruts where um, we're making poor decisions as a species collectively, and then eventually we become worried about the issue that's been created because of that, and then we kind of solve the issue at the last second by these manipulative mechanisms, and then we have to do the same thing in 50 years when another issue comes up, as opposed to really everybody understanding fundamentally how to come to what's true and then them just kind of doing that.
Are you sort of talking about the civil rights movement there?
I'm talking about probably multiple things. No, I didn't have specifically civil rights in my mind.
That's fair. I sort of put that there, but I do think about that when I comprehend civil rights movement. Like, I think everybody logically understood that what was happening was wrong, but it took a charismatic person to galvanize a bunch of and sort of tell a story and also show the repression through media, um, and then he got the job done, right? I mean, that's it wasn't voted into. It wasn't even the masses of the people that changed the legislation. It was the sorry, I'm blanking. It was the House and the presidential order, right? That got that job done. Am I correct about that history?
I personally have no clue. I tend to think of like, well, I mean, one of the things that you could bring up, maybe this is an area of disagreement, would be the vaccine, the coronavirus vaccine. It's like you could have a situation in which people understand how vaccines work. They understand the epistemology of the epidemiology community and the virology community, and they understand the conversation that's being had there, and so they go and get the vaccinations as a result of a logical process that they're going through to reach a certain conclusion. Or you can have one in which you start putting mandates on things, or you start fear mongering. So you say, if you don't get this vaccine, you're going to die. And some of this may work. Mandates may work to a certain degree, but now when something else comes along in the future, people are still going to have the same struggles
Well, that's a
on that issue.
yeah. I'm sort of interested with that. It's like I think we can talk about this without getting sucked into the factual areas because I don't want to deal with that right now. But I do think it's curious, like the moral responsibility of manipulating people, right? Is that sort of what you're touching on?
Sounds like we're on the same page.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. So like I think the hardcore libertarians would argue like let that happen and then, again, it's never been a practice thing in mass, so I'm always get a little I'm not a libertarian just for the sake of clarity. Like let them practice, their own ideas of what's right and therefore through process of natural selection it will work out. But I think the more, I guess, bleeding heart liberal that I've been born and bred to be would argue that's as fair as letting people that are not capable at executing elementary school math not have the ability to go to work. And that's just not right from a very simplistic, like, moral position. So you do justify deploying morally or manipulation through fear and storytelling than logic, I guess. And I guess it's sort of coming back to what I was touching on with you guys, and like I don't know. I'm really just stop talking.
Yeah, uh, this has been a great dialogue. Um, Maybe we can kind of put a pin in this real fast here, Nathan. If you want to stick around and maybe think about it a little bit more, we can kind of continue this. I think we have maybe some other people that want to come up on stage to ask questions, and I also think we may have some back channel questions too. So
Yes.
maybe we can take care of those, and if we have time and you're still here, Nathan, you can come back on stage and we can continue this. Does that sound okay?
That sounds great, David. I'm gonna jump down in the audience. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. And we do this every Saturday afternoon. You said you're in New York, so 4 p.m. on Saturdays is when we usually get the room going. So if you have more questions on a different day, feel free to join us again. Again, Saturdays, 4 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, thanks for the conversation, Nathan. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you for your contribution, Nathan. We did have someone, Hamed. If you still do want to come up, feel free to raise your hands. Yeah, and I'll bring you up. But I do have a couple of back channel questions that I want to take care of first. But I'll bring you on stage. Want to remind everyone that we are in the Q&A session. If you have any questions on street epistemology, or you would like to have a belief examined, feel free to raise your hands and we'll bring you on stage. We just ask you that once your question has been answered satisfactorily, that you bring yourself back down to the audience. And or else you can also send me a back channel message and I'll ask your question on your behalf. And I do have a back channel question and a question from the live stream. So the back channel question came in first. I'm going to go ahead and ask that. It's actually a claim. And I guess this is kind of like maybe the person is just wanting to see how you would approach it using the SE method, right? The claim is atheism will always fall short of any religious belief when it comes to addressing fear of death. That's the claim.
Get that repeated back.
Yes. So
Is it
claim.
in? Sorry, go ahead.
No, what's your question, Quayd?
If it was somewhere that I could just see, like you said, the back channel. So
Yeah, it was sent to me, and
okay.
it says atheism will always fall short of any religious belief when it comes to addressing fear of death.
He means if you can copy and resend it to.
Oh yeah, I can do that. I can send you that right now.
That's an interesting claim. So just for clarity, are they wanting to maybe examine that claim up on stage? Like that's a suggestive, like a claim suggestion that we can examine with them, or I guess because it would be hard to, I think it'd be hard to do an SE demo with just the claim. So I
Right.
guess maybe while we figure that out, we can talk to Hamed, and then hopefully the person that sent that message, they would be willing to come up and maybe have that a demonstration of a street epistemology conversation using that claim. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds good, and it's funny because both questions that I have, the one from the live stream is also kind of in the same nature where they have a claim and they're curious what would the SE approach be to the claim they have. So David, if you want to go ahead and we can engage Hamed, and then I'll ask the question.
It's
Hopefully,
actually really funny. By the way, hi,
yeah.
how are you guys doing? So I was
Hello,
on
Hamed.
last week, if you guys remember, and I was speaking about, 1+1 = 2, right? So here, I'll slightly edit my argument, I guess, and I'll make this claim, okay? And we can go SE on this argument, okay? So my claim is this: under atheism, you can't prove anything. So that's essentially my claim. If you want to, so it would be under atheism, nothing can be true and nothing can be false. If you want, we can engage that, right? And we can go back to the analogy of 1+1 = 2. Do you want to discuss why is that 2?
Just I want to get the claim down first. I guess first I'm wondering. I kind of wanted to try something out here where I just ask you generally, like, what's important to you. Like, if you had to like make a list of maybe a few things that you find most important in the world, um, what would you say those are?
Like, do you want me to speak about like my cat or something like that? Like, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, sure. No, it's a personal question, so it's just whatever you think is fundamentally most important to you in this universe. What would you say those things
I
are?
mean, I would just say just knowing my purpose in life, knowing God, that God is real, God exists. Yeah.
Okay. Um, and then I'm sure that these other things are important to you, but I like to share also that, like, for me, what's important for me is fundamentally when it comes down to everything, it's truth and the well-being of humans, generally speaking. Is that something that you identify with as well, or would you phrase it a different way?
Yeah, so I would say truth is very important to me. That's a good way. And I would probably argue that truth is more important to me than it is important to you. We can explore this if you want. Um, but yeah, I would say that there's different theories of truth, right? We can discuss the different theories of truth. That's why I always like using the 1 + 1 = 2 in an example. I do think that this is a good way of engaging, because I think you would, if I asked you 1 + 1 = 2, I think you would agree this is true, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Do you want to explain, or let's expand on that a bit? Like, why is it true?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I am. Like, why is that true?
Um,
This
so
is SC, right? This is street epistemology. Well,
yes,
why is
yes,
that?
it's
Yeah.
usually so I'm fine with asking your question, answering your questions, and I will. I usually like to examine your claim, and it seems that you had made a few, so we can go about this either way. But you made this claim that under atheism, you can't prove anything. Is that an accurate description of that?
Yeah, but essentially nothing can be proven to be true. Yeah.
Right, nothing, or nothing can be proven to be true. Be true. Okay, so now what information do you feel like you have that leads you to that conclusion or that claim?
Yeah, so let me demonstrate that, okay? Right. So like let's go with 1 + 1 = 2. This is something I think everyone would agree with, right? 1 + 1 = 2. Let's very basic. A kindergartner can do this. 1 + 1 = 2, right? Um, so I think this is a good starting place.
Okay. I want to clarify a few things here. Actually, um, let's go back to your claim for just a second, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to understand. Like, I thought I was supposed to be the one that's asking the questions here. If you want to examine my claims, that's totally fine, right? But
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand, like, why is it that why can't we examine your claim? Because you're also claiming that 1 + 1 = 2. Now, I kind of want to examine both of our claims, and we can see who has a higher footing to stand on when it comes to proving that 1 + 1 = 2.
Sure. And I'm fine with either way. Traditionally, in street epistemology, we examine the claim of the other person. We examine the reasoning of the other person. Um, I don't have any reservations about you asking me questions, but traditionally in street epistemology, we get the claim of the other person and we uh, go through a line of reasoning about how they arrived at that claim and what their confidence level is. So that's traditionally street epistemology. Um, we can do it this way too, but I guess we'll have to do one of them first. So um, I guess when it comes to your, so do you want to focus on the claim that you're making, or do you want to focus on a claim that you think that I'm making?
Are you saying you don't agree that 1 + 1 = 2?
No. What I'm saying is, do you want to focus on this claim that you have that under atheism you can't prove anything, or do you want to focus on a claim that you feel like I'm making about something in particular? I don't think I've made any claims yet, but maybe you feel like I have, and we could explore that
The claim
as we
I'm
go.
assuming you make the claim. You're right, you haven't made it yet, but I'm assuming you make the claim 1 + 1 = 2. Do you not make that claim?
No, I do. Yeah, that's a claim that I would make.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Do you want to analyze why 1 + 1 = 2? And then from there, we'll see, okay, under atheism, can you prove anything to be true? They kind of go hand in hand. You see what I'm saying? One leads to the other.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you're asking me why I believe 1 + 1 = 2, it's because of my experience. Ultimately, it is because of my experience with objects, and the fact that I can understand something as a singular object, and if I bring something else and what I call reality to that other single object, you now have two objects. So you get
So
one
for
object
you,
plus one object equals two
two
objects.
objects, yeah. So for you, it's a personal experience. You have to do it in a, trial and error type way, right? 1 + 1 = 2. Now, what if, in theory, my
Well, I mean,
experience,
yeah, go
well,
ahead.
just one second. What if, in theory, my experience isn't the same as your experience? What if I got 1 and 1 and, somehow I got 5? You know what I mean? Like,
Uh-huh.
what grounds these numbers? Do you hold to an objective reality? Do you not hold to, or do you hold to a subjective reality? I think this is where we should begin.
I hold to both. So I think that uh, I think objective reality exists, um, but ultimately that is from my experience, which is ultimately subjective. So I really presuppose that the objective world exists.
So, in other words, it doesn't exist because you're relying on your subjective experience, right? So let
No,
this,
no, no. I presuppose it does exist.
yeah, but you can't really prove it, right? Which
Sure.
kind of,
Yeah.
yeah,
No.
which
Right.
again,
Right.
this goes right back to my initial claim, by the way, under atheism, nothing can be proven true.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. Let's understand like 1 + 1 = 2, right? Let's go back to that for a quick second, okay? Um, you're saying you come to this conclusion that 1 + 1 = 2 due to your experience, right? And I'm telling you right now, okay, my personal experience, I get 1 and 1, okay, and I get 3, for example. I get 5, okay. Now,
Okay.
what would you do to count? How would you go about proving me wrong?
So your claim is 1 + 1 = 5, correct?
Sure.
So what
For
information?
the sake of this argument, for the sake of the argument, yeah.
Sure. What information do you have that leads you to believe that that is true?
Yeah, for me, whenever I add, I get 5, right? Because for me, numbers are just concepts. They're not concrete. I can't see them. I can't taste them. I can't feel them. They're just concepts. And the way I realize them, the way that my brain processes them, in my experience, in my subjective personal experience, is that 1 and 1 = 5.
Okay, so the information that so like, give me like a real world example. So like in my case, if I have one can of pop as a singular object, I have one. If I bring in another can of pop, I have two. Therefore, 1 + 1. If you have one of one object and one of another object, then you have a two. Then you have two of both objects. So, what in your actual experiences um, are you? What are you actually experiencing? Like, give me a real world example in which you would have one singular object and another singular object, and you bring those two together, but you somehow have five singular objects.
So what if I told you, for example, you said you have a can of pop, and what was the other one?
They were both cans of pop.
Okay, let's say they're both cans of pop. Okay, what if I said, well, the one can of pop, okay, I cut it open, so I have two halves of the pop. The pop's everywhere, forget that, okay? And the other can of pop, I cut into three pieces, so now I have five separate pieces. So for me, that what initially was one can of pop, and another can of pop turned into two pieces of cans of pop, and three pieces of cans of pop. The one and the one turn into five. This is my personal experience.
Okay. So you did have to first cut them, though. Is that correct?
Sure, if you want to, but I always cut everything into either twos or threes as I feel.
Sure. Yeah. So without that cutting, then without that cutting component, do you still have five?
So I think where we're going, we're kind of going in circles right now. I think the question should be, what grounds your claim that 1 + 1 = 2? Well, what is the grounder?
It's the information that if I have one object and I
Hmm.
gather another object, that I have two objects.
Okay. Now, I mean, if we want to really push this to this limit, right? What is your definition of what an object is? We can go all the way down to the atomic level, right? When it comes to this
Mm-hmm.
topic, right? Um, Now I think that the fundamentally what we should be doing is saying, look, we're both making claims, right? And I think what we need to do is understand where these claims are coming from, and what grounds these claims that we're making.
Okay. So what do you feel like we're missing?
I think you're missing because again, when I asked you about an objective reality and you said you presuppose it, um,
Yes.
I would say that we have to first understand why you presuppose that, first of all. And I think we should understand why we should negate and reject absolutely a subjective worldview of reality.
So that is, I always try to presuppose as few things as possible, but it would be difficult for me to navigate this universe without presupposing that there was an actual universe. So that's why I presuppose it. I presuppose it because um, it would be difficult to navigate a universe in which that universe wasn't real.
So for you, would you say that the universe, for example, is necessary in order for you to exist?
As far as I can tell, yeah.
Okay, okay, cool. Do you believe in any other universes or no?
I am not decided on that yet.
Okay. Is it possible that there's a universe where 1 + 1 = 5?
Um, I can't say.
Okay, well, I think you should know. Let's kind of engage that, right? But what if I told you there's a universe that I'm imagining right now where 1 + 1 = 5? Okay, what would you say to that? Would you say that's impossible, that's irrational? Or would you say, hey,
Yeah.
maybe that's possible?
I would wonder what information you're basing that off of.
Oh, I'm just making the claim, right? That this is just like, just like it's just I'm forgetting the word right now, but it's just a claim I'm making. Right? It's a hypothetical. There we go.
Like a
It's a
thought
hypothetical.
experiment.
Yeah, it's a thought experiment. There you go. It's a hypothetical thought experiment. Okay, I'm telling you, there is a world out there. There's a universe out there where 1 + 1 = 5. Okay, how would you go about combating that and saying no, 1 + 1 always has to equal 2? Now, this is important. Why? Because if you're saying that it always has to equal 2, then you have to say, well, what grounds it to be so, right? Why is it always 2? For example, what if we lived in a universe where there were no objects? So your entire reality of, oh, well, I hold one object and then I hold another object, that doesn't exist because there are no other objects.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to explain this more. I don't understand where the um, ask what you are trying to ask here again. I didn't
I'm
understand. Sorry.
asking you right now, okay, is it possible that there's a universe where 1 + 1 does not equal 2? Or does 1
Right.
+ 1 always have to equal?
Right. And so my answer is I don't know that. I don't know whether or not it's possible.
You don't know if it's possible. And again, we're
Right.
going right. Yeah, okay. Um, that's fine. I would argue that 1 + 1 always has to equal 2, and it must equal 2 at all times.
How do you know that?
Because I
So I'm
believe,
sorry.
yeah,
What
that's fine.
information is that? What information do you have that proves to you absolutely 1 + 1 has to equal 2.
Give me a second. Hold on, I'm at work right now. Give me a second, please.
Okay.
It's an interesting line of question. I immediately went to defining what is one and what is two, uh, as a kind of trying to understand his side, his point of view. One of the first things I kind of wanted to know what he meant.
Are you talking? I'm sorry. Was that a question for me? Really?
Oh no, I was just kind of
Oh, okay.
letting,
Sure.
just putting it out there, like when he made the claim and when he engaged you, I immediately wanted to know like what is one and what is two, how are those being defined? That when we got 1 + 1, then we get 5. But then what is the definition of two then?
Yeah. About the word prove too, but we kind of passed that point already. I jumped right into the information component of the conversation.
While Hamid takes care of some work stuff, I think we have some other questions. I'm gonna put them back in the audience, and hopefully they can come back and we can continue that.
Thank you, by the way, Ahmed. If you don't, I'm sure you will come back, but I appreciate the engagement.
Also, would it be fair to say in my universe, when I start cutting the cans, I'm talking about fractions. So 1 + 1 equals 5 fractions in this case. You could.
I think it all comes down to what we all agree is one, what we agree is two, um, as like abstract ideas. Um, so yeah,
Yeah, ultimately, I feel like it's going to come down to the attributes of the object.
right, exactly.
Yeah, however you're going to define the attributes of what it, like if you can have a single atom, right? But ultimately, what makes a singular atom is going to come down to what are the attributes of a single atom.
Right, right.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
what we agree those attributes to be.
So real quick, I want to just welcome everyone to the Street Epistemology Club, the SE 101 room. We're currently the Q&A session. If you have any question on street epistemology or have a claim that you would like to have examined, feel free to raise your hands. For those of you that already have your hands up, if you don't mind, just hang on and we'll bring you right up. Once your question has been answered, we just ask that you bring yourself down to the stage again, and so we can bring the next person back up. Also, you can also send a back channel message to me, and I'll ask the question on your behalf. And as a reminder, this is actually being recorded, and it's been created as a learning experience. And also, it is being live streamed in the Street Epistemology YouTube channel. So welcome to watch it on there as well. And I want to welcome Mead. Mead, if you have any questions or comments for the panel, go ahead.
Also, okay, go ahead.
Hi, Mead. Welcome back. Good to see you.
How are you? How are you, David?
Not too bad.
Yeah.
I always like having you in here. You always have some great things to think about.
Yes. Well, I have an issue. Well, it's a question that I have already asked in a room that's coming up tonight. Um, there was an atheist, and this is a short story here. My mother gave me some years ago. There was an atheist who was in a he was in a, I think, evangelical group meeting, and he stood up and said that when asked that God exists, he stood up and said that no, he doesn't. believe that God exists, and so the preacher um, tried to convince him that yes, there is a God. So he took an orange and he began to peel the orange, and everybody is wondering what the hell is going on. So he's peeling the orange, and then he cut the orange in half, and then he took half of the orange and he began to suck on the half of the orange, and then he asked the atheist, "Now, um, you don't believe that God exists? Well, the reason why you don't believe God exists is because you don't have the experience." He said to him, "Do you know how sweet this orange is?" And the atheist says, "No, I don't know how sweet it is." And the preacher says, "Well, that's because you haven't tasted it. And so you see, you haven't tasted God. And when you taste God, you'll know that He does exist." And so that is the issue. Um, uh, it, it's almost similar to a sleight of hand, where children do this a lot too. They will say, "I have a penny in my hand," and then they'll ask you to open their hands, and they hold their hands very tight. And open my hand, and you'll see the penny. And then when you open your hand and you don't see the penny because you believe a penny is in the hand, then they say, when they open their hand, they say, "Oh, you see, invisible, invisible," and the penny is not there. And I'm wondering, uh, do we? The claim that comes from this is, does 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 God uh, does let me see, the, yeah, is the mystery is the mystery of God um, a believable claim? That is the question.
Is the mystery of God a believable claim?
Right.
Ooh.
See what I mean? Meat always gets me thinking.
Wow. Wow.
Profound.
I
Mine.
mean, I think these guys, uh, 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 preachers, religionists. I think they use this apologetically. I don't think that they're giving us a claim that's believable. Um, because I mean, if you say God exists, and then you say, "Ah, you see, He's invisible," so now you to me that's a distraction.
I
That claim has a problem for me.
yeah, I would rephrase it as, are they giving us a claim that's even examinable?
All right.
And back to the oranges, I mean, obviously I would want to get consent and I would want to build rapport and I would ask clarifying questions, but at the meat of it, my main question would be, are there other ways to find out if oranges are real other than tasting them?
Hmm.
Um, it, for
Early.
for for me, oh, I'm sorry, Mead. If you want to respond to David, go ahead, and I'll wait.
Go ahead, Early.
Um, I don't know if I'm maybe misunderstanding your question or what you're trying to get at, but I did say that the claim is definitely believable. And by that I mean that it's believed by many people. So many people do in fact buy this and base their life on this belief. And so there's something about these type of beliefs and claims that it's not about whether they're true or not, but the purpose that they serve. And I think, we probably all know this on stage, that they definitely do have some other utility, and that's why these beliefs are adopted and become like the basis for such an important part of people's lives. And so I'm willing to acknowledge that. But when you're talking about epistemologically, I think I would say that the God claim or the mystery of God does have some holes in it, but that's my thought. Um, But I think there's other utilities why people actually believe these stories.
Yeah, and I was gonna say too, um, something that I didn't go over uh, with I forget who I was talking to before, so I apologize.
Hamed.
Hamed, is standards. So usually, what I do like to I get the claim. I didn't ask definitions, which is something to do, I think, if you have any. But the next one that can really help in conversation is to figure out what things would prove or disprove. Actually, both prove and disprove the thing to you. And to me, that's one issue with a lot of the God claims is that I'm not sure that I have the capacity to prove that an entity is all knowing. This is something PZ Myers brings up. I can really only prove that they know as much as I do, or maybe even some more than that. But really, what it would require for me to know that God knew everything would be a some type of ability that I don't really have. Same thing when it comes to, um, you know, kind of living forever type deal. Like my life, as at least in the body that I'm in right now, is only so long. So I couldn't prove that an entity lives forever. I could really only prove that they live for as long as I live. Um, and so I think that there are such problems with verifying things like that. Um, some of what you're talking about sounds just like goals or goalpost moving to me a little bit though. Like, okay, so the goalpost is you should be able to observe the thing that I'm telling you is true. So here I'm gonna allow you to observe it. Oh, you can't observe it, so well, actually you don't need to observe it. Is because fundamentally I would agree that if I'm going to believe in a God, one of the things I would imagine that it would take is some type of experience. I would have to have some experience. So I don't necessarily agree with that part of it.
Yeah, I think the troubling part is that you're told that the religionists tell you that, or the theists will tell you that uh, you were made in God's image. Now, and then at the same time, you're told that, oh, well, no, you can't see God. He's invisible. So, wait, why is God invisible when you said he made us in our image? Obviously, he should have our image and he shouldn't be visible either. And so that logic throws me off. Um, Certainly, if I use the Tolman structure, um, the claim and the data, you know, uh, doesn't seem to connect because there is no warrant.
Yeah. Like I think that's again one of the things that the Tolman model misses at first, and I think can be helpful is to once you get the claim, ask, okay, before we get into the actual data that you have, what would prove and disprove this claim to us first? Let's set that standard. And so, that's where they say, well, I have experience, I could have an experience with God. Okay, so, how would you know that it was God? Like, what would you expect to see or hear to know that it was God? Well, I would expect to hear a disembodied voice. Okay, what does that prove that it's God? If it's a disembodied voice, could it be an alien or something else? And you can kind of go through that line of questioning, and at some point it does become apparent that there are claims that really aren't they're just not examinable. They could be very well be true, and that's something else I think to keep in mind is my own position um, is that I believe God doesn't exist. My position is definitively that I don't believe God does exist. Okay, God could very well exist, um, and I don't have the information yet.
So real quick, Quaid, we've been on for 2.5 hours, and it just feels like this room is just starting to get going. but I do want to give you an off ramp if you need it. Just want to do a real quick check in with you about time. Are you doing okay? Are you good with keeping going? I know that we got some more people in the audience that want to come up on stage. We want to make sure to respect Mead's presence here. We've got back channel questions. We've got some. I believe we have some live stream questions, and I think that Hamed uh, would also like to come back and maybe continue
Yeah.
in line. So, how are you doing? And also, early Alfonso, are you guys doing okay on time?
Yeah, I'm good so far.
Yeah, I've been inviting all my followers onto the club. Maybe that has a bit of an effect. When I start, well, I'll tell you about this later. And I'm here.
Okay. How about you, Quaid? Are you good with continuing?
Yeah, I'm great. I love these conversations, so let's keep it going.
Awesome. Okay, so early, I will let you prioritize everything.
Yeah, so there's a few things going on here at the same time, but this is great, and as well, I am enjoying this conversation. Um, yeah, EV Evangelist, I sent you an invite. I'll send it over again. If you are not able to come up, you may have to leave and come back up, and come back into the room. But I sent you a couple of invites. If you could come up. Um, the question that was asked, it's kind of like in the nature of the question that I got in the back channel earlier. And Quaid, maybe the best way that we can do is just maybe pose the questions that you would ask, and you leave it at that. Um, what are the epistemological questions that you would ask when somebody makes such claim as this one? So I'm going to read the claim to you, and I guess get your reaction on that. And yeah, actually, I got another one in the live stream. How would you see the following argument? It says here, from a Thomist. I'm not familiar with what a Thomist is. A cause must have all the perfections. A cause must have all the perfections of the effect, but intelligence is a perfection, and there is an uncaused cause. Ergo, God exists. Um, it's a
Uh,
good.
That is, I'm gonna have to you repeat it. That's hard for me, but it does sound like they have an argument. So I like that. I like that they have that because there. So, but could you repeat it back?
Yeah, for sure. Let me see if I can I copy this. So the comment goes, how would you see the following argument from a Thomist? Thomist. A
Thomist. Okay.
Thomist, yeah. Are you familiar with what that is, Quaid?
Uh, I've heard the term, and I'm guessing it has something to do with Thomas Aquinas. Would be my guess.
That
Okay.
would be correct. Yeah, a follower of
Okay.
a.
Yeah. So it's gonna be, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just confirmed that. Okay, so here goes the claim again. A cause must have all of the perfections of the effect. Okay, so let me repeat and let me start over again. A cause must have all the perfections of the effect, but intelligence is a perfection, and there is an uncaused cause. Ergo, God exists. So this
Repeat
is,
it.
I think,
So,
I'm
but
perceiving it to. Uh-huh.
intelligence is what is a perfection.
Intelligence is a perfection, and a cause must have all the perfections of the effect. So it is as if the intelligence is itself a cause because it's perfect, because causes have perfections in them,
Okay.
is what I understood.
Therefore, God exists, right?
That's right. And there is an uncaused cause, right? That's the other part of it. That's the last part of it. And there is an uncaused cause. Ergo, God exists.
Okay. Yeah, so I think one thing to do is to note that the claim is actually that God exists. That is the because part. So that should, to me, go in the claim section. So they're claiming that God exists. And if I ask them, what information do you have that really informs you of this, it's going to sound like all the other things they were saying. A cause, or a cause must have all the perfection of the effect, but intelligence is a perfection, and a cause must have, let's see, the cause must have, and a cause must have the effect. I missed the last part. My guess is it's something like a perfect cause must uh,
Uh, but
affect something.
intelligence is a perfection, and there is an uncaused cause.
Okay, we'll just get rid of the last part then. Okay, so intelligence is a perfection, and there is an uncaused cause.
Right.
Okay. So this would go in my information. This is what's informing them that this is true. A cause must have uh, all the perfection uh, of the effect. Intelligence
That's right.
is a perfection. And then it sounds like the last part is there is an uncaused cause.
That's right.
Okay. There is an uncaused cause. There is an uncaused cause. Okay. So what we're dealing with in terms of a rule here, then, it sounds like, is um, if a cause must have all the perfection of an effect. Well, actually, hold on. Before I start there, really, I would be interested in the God exists. So I would want to know first. First, I don't think anything needs defined there. Maybe God does. If I was going to focus on definitions, I would focus on, okay, what do you exactly mean by God? I probably have some sense of what they would say. From there, okay, what would it actually take to prove or disprove that? Before we even get into their own information, what standards are we setting for proving that God exists? And that goes actually into the conversation we were having before. So the conversation may go along those lines when we're talking about, okay, how would you know that an entity in front of you knew everything there was to know? Like, what test could you run to prove that they knew everything there was to know? That would be adequate, that would sufficiently do that. But let's say we've gotten past that too. The rule seems to be if a cause must have all the perfection of the effect, and if intelligence is a perfection, and if there is an uncaused cause, then God exists. That seems to be what they're saying to me. And I can already tell I'm going to need to clarify some of these things. Like, I'm actually not exactly sure what they mean by a cause must have all the perfection of the effect.
That's the one that jumped out at me as needing to be like I would really want to know what information they have to support that. That was like my first intuition.
Yeah. Um, and
What if?
then, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, what if we focus just on there is an uncaused cause, therefore God exists?
Right. Um, yeah. And so if there is an uncaused cause, therefore God exists. So, for instance, if I noticed an apple randomly start existing in the sky and it fell from the sky and hit the floor, I would be wondering, to this person, does that mean then that that was evidence of God? Because we have something that doesn't really seem to be caused by anything, right? It's not. It's just an apple that all of a sudden appeared in the middle of the sky, and we watched it fall. That doesn't have an uncaused cause, right? I think that meets that definition. Would that then have to be God that did that, or are there? Could there be other explanations? Could there be an alternate dimension? Could it be a dimensional being that doesn't have the attributes of God, that just knows how space-time works and can do things like that? They know how to make an apple appear in the sky. Could it just be an advanced alien civilization? Would an advanced civilization have this ability? Could they kind of shoot or have some type of device that forms apples randomly in the sky? Or to us it appears that way. So really, do they have a device that could change the atoms of something else into the atoms of an apple and have it appear randomly? And then again, would that, if a person saw that happen, would they be convinced that that had to be God, or do they think that other explanations are on the table? Would be the question that I would ask. Does one have to be God in order to be able to do that? Or can one not be all powerful, just really powerful, and not be all smart, but just be really smart and do things like that?
Yeah, like what other explanations could we come up with that could explain this cause that we have other than a God? That might be the route that I go. Of course, after consent and rapport and
Yeah, all
clarifying.
that's important too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that ultimately that is the question. And the question is going to be, what about something, let's see, what about something not having a cause means that thing has to be all knowing or all powerful? I would be interested in exploring that relationship. What about the fact that something is uncaused means that it has to know everything, that it has to be all powerful, that it has to live forever? Some of these attributes you might give to God.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
stuff.
excellent.
And that was from the YouTube live stream chat, right?
That's right. Yeah, that was from YouTube. It's a
Okay.
great question.
Well, hopefully that helped, and maybe they're able to join us either today or next week. Um, yeah, why don't we move on to someone that's here in the audience that can maybe have a dialogue. Looks like we have James. Hi, James.
Hello, James.
Hello, folks. How's it going? Thanks for letting me join the stage. Appreciate it.
Yep, no, for sure. Welcome. Real quick, I just wanted to remind uh, the EV evangelist. He raised his hands up. I'm not sure if he's getting my invites or not. But you may have to step out of the room and come back in if you're not able to get that. Yeah, and for the rest of the folks, welcome again. And we're currently taking questions. If you have a claim or a question that you would like to ask, feel free to raise your hand. We have a queue going, and we'll bring you back up. We just ask that once your question has been answered, that you bring yourself back down to the audience, or feel free to just send me a back channel message. But for now, James, the floor is yours. If you have any questions or comments, go ahead.
Oh, I was just really enjoying your line of questioning on that last causation claim. And I always wanted to add a little bit of like some of these claims. It sounds like that was like a prime mover claim that I've heard other people use before. Is that very similar to that?
I think that's what they were going for. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what about a question like, say, are these causes or these events, can they be explained through natural processes as well? Would that be a fair question to ask, or is that kind of like a pushing kind of messaging sending kind of thing.
Yeah, we did talk. I'm personally fine with it. Some people may consider that messaging. Um, can you repeat what the question was again, though?
Well, first of all, I'd like to get more clarity on what they mean by a cause. Like, do like these? I'm presuming that there's a cause that causes an event to happen. So these events that they're claiming are caused by an uncaused cause, a prime mover. Are some of these claims? Is it necessary for it to have a cause? That would be another. Would that be a good question to ask as well?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that I'm already thinking in my head some of the answers that they're going to have for that. Uh, but I think that could open up a lot of other things to discuss. I think ultimately what they might end up saying is something like, um, well, natural things have to have a cause, and so something that is uncaused can't be nature. Maybe something like that. Um, but I mean, I think it's perfectly fine. I guess I'll let other people step in on that.
Yeah, I think that's a relevant question. Like, how did how did we decide that everything has a cause?
Yeah, that's a good question. Also, like, would it be, again, too much for? I guess we would develop with the rapport, how the conversation is going. I would want an example, like, of as they're to the reasoning that there has to be a cause for things that happen and occur naturally in our world.
If if I had to guess, I would say that they're arriving at it inductively, which to me makes sense. Inductively, uh, all the things that you've probably observed have had a cause. There's some presumed cause of the thing. So inductively, we can make this claim that um, all effects have causes. Keeping in mind that it's inductive, so it's not absolute. So we actually don't know if that's 100% certain, right? But it does make sense to me that they would come to that conclusion inductively. Um, the big issue for me on questions like this is, and it has always been, I've listened to a lot of people who are Thomists or whatever, or I forget what the guy's name is now, but he's a big
Thomas Aquinas.
Thomas Aquinas,
no,
yeah.
well, yeah, no, not Thomas Aquinas. He makes a
Kalam.
lot of the cosmological arguments, yeah. Um, and it's always the leap between like I can see some association between the universe began to exist. The universe is natural, therefore, inductively, it makes some sense that it had a cause. But then there seems to be this weird leap from me from that conclusion to, and that was God. That's the gap that I'm trying to fill in if I can. I guess in my own understanding.
Is that William Lane Craig, maybe?
William Lane Craig.
Yeah.
Yeah, he uses that argument as well. Just want to read real quick. Amit sent a comment on the last question. I think that we should first analyze the argument to determine if there are more than one conclusions. Therefore, there would be more than one argument. I think there is a conditional argument in the first part of the question, and I think someone might have touched on that earlier, that there may be other explanations and therefore other reasons. And so, yeah, this is a good comment. Thank you, Meet. Um, so I have Ahmed is back on. I don't know if maybe Quayd, you feel comfortable. There was a question earlier that was the person does not feel comfortable coming up on stage right now. But if you would be willing to just maybe do the same thing you just did for that last question from YouTube, and maybe if I could read you, so I asked the person to give me kind of like the best evidence for their claim. So if I read that to you and then get your reaction, what questions you would ask, how would you examine it, and then we'll move on to Ahmed.
That sounds good.
Yeah. So the claim was atheism will always fall short of any religious belief when it comes to addressing fear of death. Okay, and so I asked the person to kind of give me what the best evidence was for this, or like how did they come to that claim. And so the response number one was, it is common when the plane is going down for a person to pray like mad. I would argue that that's more common than not. That was the response number one regarding that claim. Now, the claim number two, they took back. They kind of recalled it. I thought it was a good claim. I'll read it. But they did take this one back. Atheism requires a turning away from the sentimentality and attachment to this life, which is not possible for most people. That turning away from egoic attachment is only achieved by using belief that provides assurance of some kind of replacement, heaven, reincarnation are examples of that. I don't. There's just one last one, but I don't know if I don't want to bombard too many comments.
Yeah, I'm already actually going to need the last one repeated that you've already
Yeah,
said. Turn.
yeah, no, it's a lot. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll repeat it yet again if you need me to. Atheism requires a turning away from sentimentality and attachment to this life, which is not possible for most people. That turning away from egoic attachment is only achieved by using a belief that provides assurance of some kind of replacement. And then the examples are heaven and reincarnation. All right, so that kind of fulfills that whole that supposedly atheism has. The last comment was humans stay alive by possessing a primal will to live. Atheism asks us to accept that we will die. Therefore, it asks us to go against our most basic instinct with no support or assistance. Religion offers support. Therefore, atheism falls short.
Okay. Okay. Um. Yeah. So this is, I think, a good example, and this can be something to keep in mind in any conversation. Is you do want to just keep it down to one claim. The things get really mucky once you start involving multiple different types of claims, and then you kind of get lost as to what's actually being argued. But you want to boil everything down to simple claims and simple arguments. Um, and it seems like we have one claim, which is that atheism will always fall short of any religious belief when it comes to fear of death. Was that correct? That was one claim. Is that correct?
That's right. And that was the only claim. The rest of the items are more like support. How is this person supporting that claim? And those are the things that I read. That's what the response was. But there's
Yeah,
only one claim.
and sometimes the information that you have within the Tolman model, there are arguments that have kind of been baked in. Again, the warrant is just the claim for an inductive argument. So you kind of have those built in, but it seemed at the end there was another, therefore atheism is inadequate. Was that seemed to be, anytime you hear like therefore or because, or wait, actually, yeah, anytime you hear therefore, you're about to hear your claim. And anytime you hear because, you've already heard your claim and are about to hear the information. So it seemed like there was another therefore at the end there for me. So that would be another claim that I would want to avoid getting engaged in. And I would just want to examine this claim that atheism will always fall short of any religious belief when it comes to fear of death. And again, from there, I might be interested in what they mean by fall short. What does it mean to fall short, especially in terms of fear of death? Does it mean that if I was being charitable, I would assume that actually what they're saying is that atheism won't alleviate the fear of death as significantly as religion will. Is that does anybody here want to speak on whether or not they think I'm viewing that accurately? Kind of doing it
I
secondhand, but
that's a good, as far as all the information that we have, that's a charitable and accurate representation of their claim. And I would add that I'm kind of big on this too, is what is their definition of atheism? And how does that relate at all with the fear of death, specifically with this claim? You know, that might be a route that I go to, like, okay, what do you mean? What exactly do you mean by atheism? And how does your definition of atheism relate to a fear of death? That might be my route.
Yeah, I agree, Quayd. I think that was a good line of question. And they kind of confirmed that, yes, it does not alleviate the fear. Quayd, I don't know if you're on mic, but I don't know if you're talking or I cannot hear.
He might need a short break. Um, yeah. So I think we have others that want to come up. Maybe we can move on to the next question.
Yeah, I think Quayd's back. So we
oh,
have
can you hear me?
Ahmed. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yes.
Go ahead, Quaid.
He must be having audio issues.
Are you talking about me? Probably.
Oh, sorry. I thought you couldn't speak.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
I think the last thing you were asking if your assessment of that last claim was accurate, and I was saying that from the little information that we have, that seemed like a charitable and accurate representation of the claim. I was just adding that one route I might go down is asking what their definition of atheism is and how that relates to the fear of death, if at all.
Yeah. Yeah. That is like instinctually, I think I was in the same place. I would avoid doing that because of the process that I go through. But I do think that that's a legitimate question.
A member of the audience made the comment that it's also a subjective claim. What if an individual is able to accept death? Is the comment.
What if a person is able to accept death?
That's right.
If
I
they're an atheist, I'm guessing.
I would claim a meditating Buddhist who doesn't believe in God can be even more at peace than somebody who believes in God because they've trained their brain not to react to that sort of.
But actually, and I'm not in support of the claim, but I'm more trying to um, project the claim that they wanted to say. It's more about the drive that people have to live. Part of that drive and nature of a human is to want to live, and therefore they deny death or they have a negative reaction to death, and that serves as a motivation to live or bring yourself to live. So that's what I think the claim is talking about. That kind of atheism takes that away. Uh, and I'm with David. I would be curious what the definition of atheism is to them, because I don't think atheism. Well, yeah, that would be my next question.
Yeah, I would want to focus on so we have their claim. I would want to focus on this idea of a person going down in a plane and praying. So again, the connection for me there seems to be if a person engages in a certain action, kind of under duress or under threat of death, then whatever thing, whatever the implications of their behavior are, whatever their behavior implies is true about the world in that moment must be true. And they may say that is or is not true, but that is the implication of that. The implication is if you're saying, well, actually, now that I'm looking at the claim again, we also have to be clear that they're not saying that atheism is true or false. They're also not saying that God or religion is true or false. They are actually just saying that atheism will fall short. And again, I'm guessing in terms of alleviating death.
Right.
And the reason that they believe that is that there are examples of people going down in planes and praying. And so it seems that in those situations, if those are a bunch of atheists doing it, then it doesn't seem like their atheism is sufficient in alleviating the fear of death, whereas somebody who's religious seems to have that. And so I don't think that that's true, but I might just grant it. I might say, okay, sure, I'm willing to grant. I don't actually believe that, but I'll grant that it's true. How does that mean that atheism is wrong or that God is wrong? So you've gotten me to at least tentatively accept that atheism is insufficient in preventing fear of death in a way that religions aren't. How does that make them more or less true? What's the relationship there? I think is another question. This goes to, I can't remember who said it exactly, but the idea was saying that religion is true because it makes you happier is no more to the point than saying that a drunk person is more correct because they're happier, or that drinking is actually, actually that's a good point too, is that, drinking may alleviate fears that you have. So does that mean that drinking is the right thing to do, or that the fact that you should drink is something true when you're in a state of duress, or
That's a really good analogy, actually. I like that. Yeah, cool. I think we've probably should move on. If the person that asked the question, if they want to come up, that's cool. But I think we've probably exhausted the different routes that we can maybe take based on the information that we have about this question. So I hope that that helps the person asking the question. If there's more clarification needed, you're welcome to ask more questions or come up on the stage. But it looks like we have Otangelo here, and welcome to Clubhouse and welcome to our Street Epistemology Club.
Yes, thank you guys. I hope you can hear me well. I've been on other channels and my mic was very low, so people complained about it, but I'm sorry, I don't know how to do that better. But I've listened to you guys in regards of fear of death, and I'm a Christian for 36 years, and I basically don't have fear because we have the promise of Christ, which said that if we surrender to his lordship, then he would forgive our sins. And and give us childhood, so we would become adopted children of God, and when we die, we will be with God in heaven. So death for us is just a transition to eternal life and doesn't give us reasons to fear anything. And I experienced that, and I think for me as a Christian, thinking about death isn't thinking that I will be annihilated, but that the real and better life will begin once I leave this reality here.
Cool. Well, welcome to our room in our club. This room is designed to help people understand better the approach of street epistemology, which anyone can use to explore just about any claim. So, do you have any questions about how to use street epistemology? Or is there a claim that you would, a very specific claim that you would like to have examined using the approach of street epistemology today?
Yes, I think street epistemology is about scrutinizing our beliefs. I think this is something which all of us should do, and we should stick to beliefs which are rational, which are warranted, which are backed up by analyzing the reality. But I think we should apply that methodology to all worldviews and not only towards Christians or towards people which have a positive belief in deities. But I think that the claim that the natural physical world is all there is and that there are no deities is also a position, a worldview which we can just and only take on faith of belief, because nobody of us has access to ultimate reality. We don't know what exists or does not exist beyond our physical universe. So I think that the claim or the proposition that the natural physical world is all there is also requires to be scrutinized with the same accuracy as God claims.
Excellent. Thanks for your comment. Did you have any other questions?
Well, if someone of you guys would like to explain how we can exist without a creator, I'm always interested to see the answers of professing atheists to that question.
Okay, so what would be your claim?
Well, I am not making a claim here. I'm just asking you guys if you are atheists or if you hold the position that no deities exist or that the physical natural universe is all there is, how you can back up that proposition.
Okay, so you're interested in examining a claim that you think that we make? Would that be accurate?
I am not saying necessarily that you guys make that claim. I don't know what position that you guys confess. But if you are a strong atheist or a positive atheist, which believes that most likely there are no deities or that most likely the natural physical world is all there is, then I would say that that position also requires a warrant and justification.
Okay. Well, as for me, I identify as an igtheist with an I, so I may not be the best person to engage about that. But I'll open up to the rest of the panel here up on stage if anybody I think Alfonso, I think you're you're you're
I'm
a
a hard
Gnostic
atheist.
atheist, correct?
I'm a Gnostic atheist. Yeah, I
Oh,
know for sure, 100%, no, 99.999% that God doesn't exist.
okay, that's what I thought. So I don't know, Alfonso, do you want to engage with Tangelo?
Sure.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. Just a reminder, we're already well, we're coming up on I think 3 hours in this room. I'm probably going to have to bow out soon. I don't know about you, Quaid. I know that I just want to respect everybody's time, basically. So, Otangelo, if we can make this as concise as possible, that would be very helpful. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the reason I positively claim that there is no God is first and foremost a very emotional thing in my life. I've been Hare Krishna, Hindu. I've been a bit of a Catholic and a born-again Christian for many years. Sorry for the background noise. And I stepped away from Hare Krishna because I was brought to Bolivia, and I was told that God doesn't exist, that everything that not that God doesn't exist, that Hinduism was a lie, that the Hare Krishna movement was a cult dedicated to lying and exploiting people. So that was my first exploration to rejecting the existence of a deity, I guess, or a certain idea of God. When I was 28, I'd been a Christian for 15 years or so. I had a psychotic episode believing that God was speaking to me, or some spiritual entity was asking me to do things like kill myself, kill my partner, become the Antichrist. And that was probably a product of 20 or so years of me conflicting and having existential crises. So it's first and foremost, it's an emotional attachment to the idea that God doesn't exist. It's just the fact that I've gone through that process of believing and disbelieving. The second reason is I started to explore scientific knowledge, and I found that the explanations that neuroscience, psychology, all the research that different disciplines of science engage in can explain so well the functioning of life and the universe, and the claims that had been made by different religions have been pretty much debunked, many of them. We've been pushing God further and further away from what God was at first, which was someone that resembled humans, that had a consciousness, and through scientific understanding, I realized that I cannot conceive of a conscious entity that doesn't function within a brain. I've studied as an amateur the brain and neuroscience and human behavior, and all these explanations seem to me a lot clearer about the whys and the hows of the universe, and the evidence of God is just fading further and further away as science gets us closer to understanding the universe. That's a bit of a long-winded explanation, but I hope it fulfills your...
Yes, thank you, Alfonso. Very interesting to listen a little bit about your experience. And the thing which I am most focused on is teleological arguments. These are topics which very constantly come up in conversations between theists and atheists. And I am a Christian for 36 years, and my constant interaction with atheists has always challenged my beliefs, and that has brought me, as a layman, I must say, I have no degrees whatsoever, but to investigate scientific topics like physics, origin of the universe, fine-tuning, origin of life, biodiversity, um, consciousness, morality, all these topics which are relevant to the question. And rather than leading me further away from the God proposition, it has actually helped me to solidify what I started with, which is with the Christian God, in the sense that today I cannot imagine to return back to become again an atheist. So that's basically where I stand now.
Thank you. Would you like to have a claim examined, perhaps?
on one of these arguments?
Well, for me at least, one of the most fascinating topics which I study for years is the origin of life. And I think the more science moves forward to try to crack the mystery, the more, rather than coming closer to explain how life could have started from unguided, non-intelligent events, um, it unravels the complexity even of the most simple life forms. And what we see is, in my understanding, signs that in the past an intelligence had to be involved in creating life. So this is a topic which I pretty much like to talk about.
Sure. I don't know if Quayd or David want to ask the questions and define the claim, and we could probably go in that direction. I'm not as experienced as they are in street epistemology, so I would defer to them.
I guess I want to get the claim first, Tangelo, if you don't mind.
Yes, my claim is positive and negative. That is, I use the positive claim is based on abductive reasoning to the best explanation, where I think that when we see a blueprint or instructional assembly information which directs the making of machines, factories, computers, energy turbines, resistors, and things like that, that when we see these things, they always can be sourced and tracked back to an intelligent source which instantiated them. And all these things which I mentioned are analogous to what we see inside of a living self-replicating cell. So that would be the positive evidence. And then I use eliminative induction to state that science has unraveled that unguided natural forces are not sufficient to explain the origin of life.
Okay. I got a couple claims, probably due to the way I was listening, but your claim is ultimately that God exists and is the creator. Is that really the claim that's being made here?
Yeah, I would say that evidence in the natural world leads, in my understanding, to the best explanation that an intelligent creator or designer had to be involved somehow to instantiate life.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. And the information that you're giving that you feel like supports that is one that it seems to be almost that like there are lots of things that we see as humans that we create and the complexity that they have, such as blueprints or schematics that indicate our own intelligence. Was that one of them?
Yes, that's correct. We know that I'm a machine designer, that's my profession, so I know that if I have a specific problem that has to be solved, and if I am demanded to conceptualize a machine or a factory to solve that problem, a machine or a factory which makes specific things for specific purposes, then I need to use my intelligence to put on paper the blueprint or the floor plan to instantiate that device. And that is analogous to what we see in a living cell in all life forms, where we have a genome and epigenetic codes and languages, where also instructional assembly information is stored to instantiate the cell and also information to operate it. So it is analogous.
Okay, so I don't want to misrepresent you here, so I have to ask, is this essentially, the idea is essentially that life looks like something that was invented by intelligent life, therefore it must be. So the idea is life looks like it was intelligently designed. We know from our own experiences when something is intelligently designed and life looks like that, therefore life must have been intelligently designed. Is that the argument?
Well, I would not say must, but most likely. So I am
Most
not
likely, an
making,
inference.
yeah, I'm not making an absolute claim here. I'm using Bayesian logic or abductive reasoning to the best explanation. So to paraphrase, I can quote you here: if the analogy of two phenomena be very close and striking, while at the same time the cause of one is very obvious, it becomes scarcely possible to refuse to admit the action of an analogous cause in the other, tough, not so obvious in itself.
Okay. So I think I understand. So if at any point my question seems to indicate that I don't, I do apologize. I'm doing my best to comprehend and understand. So if you had an example of something that looked intelligently constructed, but in fact was not. We had a natural explanation, and again, anybody looking at this thing would think that it was natural, or that it was had to have been created by an intelligent design, because it seems to require some type of information or input that would require intelligence. So if you had an example of something like that, but in fact we learned that there wasn't intelligence behind it, would this start to change your mind on
Well, I
this?
think that each case would have to be analyzed individually in order to come to a meaningful conclusion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I would say is that the argument which I made, it can be applied very generally. So I have never seen anyone providing me an example of an instructional blueprint of a device which has a specific purpose, that such a blueprint would have been the product of unguided, non-intelligent mechanisms.
Okay, so it sounds like the important part here really is the instructional blueprint. Is that correct? Because I'm
Yes.
okay.
I mean, yes.
And then, so in your view, DNA is that instructional blueprint. Is that correct?
Well, DNA is a
Or RNA,
semantophoretic.
or
Yeah, DNA is a semantophoretic molecule. It is, we can say analogously, it would be the hardware, it would be the hard disk. And then the sequence of nucleotides, they are the software, or they convey the information or the instructions how to assemble proteins or to make microRNAs, which are regulatory RNAs, which are used in the gene regulatory network. So, yes.
okay. So, but even there, though, I just want to be clear. You said analogous, so not exactly. So it's not that it is a blueprint. It's that it has some approximation to what a blueprint would look like.
No, I would say that we are talking here about a blueprint de
Okay, all right.
facto, or in a literal sense, because there is a one-to-one relation between the sequence of nucleotides and the sequence of amino acids, which then fold into 3D configurations and become functional molecular machines.
Okay. So I'm not sure that I'm having an issue with the idea of a blueprint and proving that, so I don't want to go there exactly. I'm more interested, I think, in this idea that something appears to be that way. So DNA appears to be what we would refer to as a blueprint, or really just intelligently designed. Therefore, we should conclude that it is intelligently designed. Am I still?
I think maybe calling it as a blueprint might be simplified in order to convey an argument, but
Right.
in reality, DNA, or the information stored in DNA, is more like a library, and with many different books. And then there is also a program which is the gene regulatory network, which selects the information that has to be expressed. So in reality, the complexity that we see in the cell is far more elevated or sophisticated. But in order to make an exemplification or to clarify the argument, so we simplify it a little bit in order for also people that don't have any understanding of biology can understand what I try to say.
Okay. So the idea in essence here is, again, so we can look at a blueprint and we are noticing that a few things about blueprints. One is that they're complex, that they're sophisticated in some way, and that ultimately, tell me if I'm on the right track here. Should you be able to make this, let's say we had never heard of a blueprint and we came across it, you would say that we should be able to tell that a blueprint, if we have other things that we've created, we should be able to even tell that a blueprint was intelligently designed. If we had never seen one before, never made one as a species, but we find one, say, on an alien planet, and we come upon that blueprint, we as humans should be able to tell based off of, again, the complexity or the sophistication, that it is in fact created, or that it was created by an intelligent design. That's the idea, is that we should be able to do that as humans.
Well, of course, you need some background information or some experience to know that we as intelligent beings, we can and make blueprints. And blueprints, they are not only complex, but they are specified. They convey the information which is necessary to make very specific devices with specific purposes.
Okay. Complex, sophisticated, specified are some of the main things that I'm getting, that when we look at a blueprint, we can tell it has these features, therefore we tend to conclude that it's intelligently designed. I mean, that's not why we can conclude that blueprints are intelligently designed, but that is one way that we could do it if we were unfamiliar with blueprints. And we can do that same thing with biology. We can look at okay,
yes.
all right.
Yes,
so
I would say that.
Okay, so then I want to go back to this question of, if you had an example of something where it was complex, it was sophisticated, and it was even specified, it just had kind of all of the trappings, or all of the things that you're naming here that you think lead us to the conclusion that something is intelligently defined. If you had that thing and you found out that in fact it wasn't created by an intelligent life, would this change your idea of this rule? It seems to me that you have in your head that if it has these specifications, then the chances are that it is created by intelligence. Would that start to change your confidence even a little bit?
Well, the thing is that, of course, there is always a chance that you find a blueprint and eventually it would be the product of a lucky accident.
Right.
That is always a possibility. And of course, the more complex that blueprint is, the smaller that probability is. Okay. But once we have actually the picture on the table of the alternative scenario, and we know how unlikely that it is to convey that information, then I think it is not very rational to think that chance or unguided random events would somehow, somewhere, or somewhen be a more plausible, logical, or rational explanation compared to intelligence, to which we know by our own experience that we are capable of conveying such things.
Okay. So a few questions, if you don't mind, based on all this. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So one is this and I'm only going here because it was one of the last things you talked about, this idea of complexity. So I guess my own intuitions or my own thought process when it comes to things like this are, if I had two items and one of them, like let's say a bed, like there could be a bed that has naturally been made. It is essentially just a slab of rock with some moss over it. And then I look at, let's say, an invented bed. The idea is that actually, sorry, let me reapproach this. If you have, my intuition is actually that if you had a bed from the let's say one of the first beds ever made, and you look at a bed now, my intuition is that it's going to be less complex as opposed to more complex. So I guess I'm interested in the what about something being complex, because I can think of lots of things that are complex that I know happen by natural means, whether it be volcanoes or, maybe God put all that in motion, but I'm still watching it play out. There seems to be lots of things in the world to me that are complex that we don't say, oh, well, it was made because it's complex. Is that making sense at all, or do I need to rephrase that?
Well, the thing is that I'm not just talking about complexity,
Right.
but I'm
I agree with
talking
that.
about specified complexity, or to paraphrase, instructional assembly
Specified
information,
complexity.
which conveys that the make of a specific device for a specific purpose or function.
Okay. So another thing for me would be, and actually it's a very famous example, something that would trick me. I'm sure probably you've heard of, or maybe you've seen fairy circles before. And this is these mushrooms that grow in what appear to us as almost perfect circles. And it seems to me that in terms of my intuition and what I know about things appearing to be created by intelligence, that would seem like it had to be intentional to me for some of the same reasons that you're giving here. The fact that it would be, it seems too complex for a perfect circle to arrive naturally. The fact that in terms of the roots and this network, there seems to be some complexity and sophistication going on there for that to happen. But in fact, there is a perfectly rational explanation for why that occurs. It's not that somebody came and planted those mushrooms in a perfect circle, but in fact, there was a central mushroom that ate the grass that was around it. That grass was dead, so it couldn't eat there, so it had to branch out to the grass right around it, and it ends up creating, I guess, these rings. And so I'm saying all that in term to say, what do you think about that situation or situations like that? There's another example. I don't want to ramble on too long here, but almost these perfect, and I forget whether they're pentagons. I don't think they're pentagons. I think they're hexagons.
You can take a snowflake, which is very symmetric.
Oh, that would be a good example. Yeah. Actually, yeah. So what are some of the difference between some of those things and saying, well, we understand that they weren't actually created directly from intelligence. We understand the natural underpinnings or processes of it. Why are those different from DNA or biological life, in your opinion?
It's different because this is a structure which arises from physical determination. And in regards of DNA, there is the big difference that we see there are instructions. And these instructions, they make very, very sophisticated devices like molecular machines. And I mean, if you see, for example, the ribosome in a cell, which is a translation machine, and then you try to find out how is that ribosome made by the cell, then you will find other machines which assemble the ribosome. And there are other machines which make the subunits of the ribosome. And all these machines, they are made through the instructional information which is stored in DNA and in epigenetic languages. So you have actually a kind of sophistication which we as very intelligent human beings, we are not capable to instantiate that kind of sophistication. So what would you say when you see that kind of complexity that even human intelligence is not capable of instantiating? I at least come to the conclusion that there must be a super intellect at play, which is far, far more intelligent than we are to instantiate these unimaginably complex things for specific purposes. In the case of the ribosome, it is to translate information stored in DNA to make complex molecular machines.
Yeah, that's a good question. And this really isn't in line with SE at all. So I want to kind of be explicit about that because I am about to share my own. I've already shared some of my opinions already when it came to the fairy circles, and there are other phenomenon that essentially something just dead on looks like it's designed, and then I found out that it wasn't. It started to really challenge my idea that it had to be. But to answer your question about that, I don't have the intuition, or I don't have the basically the intuition that something that is complex is designed. Like, I think one experiment that helped me understand this was like Rube Goldberg. It's the idea that the more complex something is, the more likely something can go wrong with it is. And so really we look for a lack of complexity when it comes to designs. Usually when things are designed by humans, they tend to be, at least from my experience, less complex than a lot of the things that happen in the universe. And that is because we understand that the more complex something is, the more likely something's going to go wrong. The more likely it is that something's going to go wrong. So I guess I have an opposite intuition for that reason, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I think that simplicity is meaningless when it doesn't work.
Sure.
So if you have the goal, for example, to create life, but you have just an atom or you have just one protein, and it doesn't convey to have what you actually want, which is self-replication, which is homeostasis, which is being able to adapt to the environment, and so forth. There are many different features which convey a life. And if you have a simple solution which doesn't actually lead to what you actually want to achieve, then simplicity is meaningless. Now, in regards of life, the thing is that back in Darwin's time, the cell was actually understood or thought of as a very simple protoplasm, basically a blob without content. And the more science has advanced, the more it has unraveled more and more new levels of sophistication and complexity. And of course, that demands an explanation. So I think that the more something is complex and requires to be complex in order to achieve a specific goal, which is what you're talking about, which is life, the more I think you need intelligent input. And you are correct when you said the more complex something is, the more it is probable that it breaks or that something can go havoc. And we see that in the cell. But life could not exist if there would not be right from the beginning very sophisticated repair mechanisms in place which constantly monitor the state of affairs. And when there is something which is not right, then there are sophisticated machines which are able to either correct the situation or to remove parts which are not working properly and then recycle or discard them. So a cell is, in a literal sense, an entire neighborhood full of very sophisticated factories and machines which work in a joint venture together. Of course, that demands a good explanation, and I don't think that non-intelligence is adequate to explain that kind of sophistication.
Okay, I want to go to your second point, which was really, and I think it speaks to this last part that you were talking about, which was the lack of explanations. And also, there was another claim kind of intermingled here that I want to bring up as well, which is that life couldn't exist without these things. And so, I guess the idea is, in terms of there being a lack of explanations, there is your argument. There are a lack of other adequate explanations. Therefore, the explanation that you have is the correct one.
Yes, this is one aspect. When science is trying to solve the riddle of the origin of life, and in 70 years, basically, since Watson Crick and Urey Miller in the 50s, rather than solving the riddle, the problem becomes bigger and bigger because more and more complexity is discovered. Then the question, of course, is at when is the threshold achieved where scientists have to admit, okay, natural explanations do not seem to fit the bill. We have to look somewhere else. And I think that that threshold has been reached a long time ago, and we are basically just discussing philosophy.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I am understanding you and that we're on the right track. So I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm repeating myself, but the idea still is that we don't have really other good explanations. So therefore, the explanation that you're giving is, in fact, the correct one.
Yes, I would say that we have basically three possible causal mechanisms or explanations that can explain the origin of life. One would be design, the second would be random unguided events, and the third would be physical or chemical necessity, where
is it
life
just really
would
quick?
be
Sorry,
inevitable.
I don't want to cut you off, but is it possible that there are other explanations that we haven't thought of yet?
Well, I don't think so, but you can, of course, say, well, maybe there are other explanations, but my answer to that would be what can be claimed without evidence can be discarded without evidence.
Okay, so just one other question before we move on. Based off of your reasoning, I want to ask, so if we were in a situation in which we don't know, say, who committed a crime, and we don't really have any other suspects, but we have one suspect, and the evidence isn't necessarily conclusive, would you say that we have to then believe that that person did commit the murder because we don't have other adequate explanations?
Let me change a little bit your analogy here.
Yeah.
Let me suppose that we arrive at the crime scene and you see there a dead body on the ground. That person has a bullet in its chest and there is no firearm nearby. And then you have to solve the mystery. And the detective comes and he will investigate the crime scene. And then you have basically two possible explanations. One would be that probably someone else, either intentionally or by accident, shoot a firearm, hit the person, and that person was killed. And the other would be that that person committed suicide. Now, once you don't find a firearm nearby...
This is based off of the crime scene, is that correct? Because I
Yes,
can think of a bunch of other reasons that it happened besides those two, but you're saying that based off of what this crime scene, the components of this crime scene, it seems that these are the only two options. Is that correct?
no, um, there may be different explanations, but probably the range of explanations can be limited to a limited number of options. Okay, so first you make a framework of investigation. What are the possible explanations of the situation there? And then from there you start to go into the minutiae to see if you come maybe to the most plausible explanation.
Okay. All right. Um, just to make sure we're on the same page, though, the lack of possibilities in this scenario that we're talking about can't speak to whether or not one of those two things, whether or not someone shot that person or they shot themselves, um, isn't really based on the fact that there aren't any other explanations. It's based on the constituents of informations of that crime scene. Is that correct?
I would say that there are basically two possibilities. Either that person committed suicide or someone shot that person, either intentionally or non-intentionally.
Right, and the fact that we can't think, but the fact that we can't think of any other reason that it happened, that does not at all speak to whether or not those other things are true.
Well, I would
Is that
say that
correct?
maybe there is a scenario maybe which we cannot um, figure out, but I think the dichotomy is a true dichotomy. Either that person committed suicide or not.
Right. I'm just. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm being repetitive here, but it's one of those two things. But it's not one of those two things because we can't think of anything else. It's one of those two things because of the evidence that this person has a bullet in their chest, because we know how guns work, because we have information indicating that it had to be one of those two things, not because we can't think of anything else. Is that correct?
No, I think there are no further possibilities. Either the person committed suicide or the person was shot by someone else for intentional or non-intentional reasons. I think this is the range of possibilities.
Right. But that's not based off of the fact that we can't think of anything else. Is that correct?
No, it is based on the fact that it seems to us as rational, reasonable people, we can say that is the range of possibilities.
Okay, right. Yeah, based off of the information, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I guess the reason that I'm bringing all this up is because before we seem to be having this conversation of, and we were having, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. That's why I'm saying we were having this conversation. We were having this conversation around there don't seem to be other explanations. And I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page, that not having explanations isn't what makes something true or false. That thing is true or false based off of its own information.
Of course, you can also state very unreasonable scenarios and say maybe aliens came down from another planet and they made a miracle and they made it seem that that person was killed by another person. I mean, of course,
well, I'm actually thinking
out,
it could fall, the gun could fall over and could shoot that person, or it could have, the bullet could have ended up there by some other instrument apart from a gun, let's say. So I can't think of a few.
Yes, there could be also another accident. It wasn't suicide. It wasn't someone
right.
which shot the person. It wasn't an accident performed by someone else. Maybe it was a natural cause which triggered a pistol nearby, a gun nearby, and killed the person. That would be another. I mean, we
right.
can maybe.
And the fact that we couldn't think of that before, like before, it was really just seemed like somebody shot them or they shot themselves. The fact that we didn't think that, oh, it could have fallen off of a table and shot them, that didn't make those other two true or false, any more true or more false.
Okay.
Is that, are we in agreement there that the fact that we couldn't think of that other explanation didn't mean that the other two were necessarily true? That
No,
we're
they
deriving
are
the fact that
true,
they're,
but
yeah,
that it seems that the more that we think about the scenario, other possible options come up.
yeah. So I guess I ultimately, what I'm coming down to is that I'm not saying that it's untrue, because I'm not saying it's untrue that life wasn't created by an intelligent design, because it seems that way. The fact that something seems that way sometimes leads us to us believing that it's true. I just wanted to deal with this idea that it was true because we couldn't think of alternatives.
No, right in the beginning, I said that I think it is true because we know as intelligent beings we have the capability to instantiate all these things, that state of affairs, which is analogous to what we see in biology and in biochemistry.
Right. Okay. So, looking at like a volcano and looking at the things that have to be in place for a volcano to erupt, you wouldn't attribute this to necessarily any intelligence that's like down there pushing a button making it happen. Again, there is this overarching idea of God, but a volcano isn't complex enough for you to look at it and say there must be something going on here apart from the internal pressure, lava from underneath the
Yeah,
mantle.
I don't use the god of the gaps like Zeus um, provoking lightning because we didn't have an explanation of lightning, right? So
Yeah.
that is not the logic which I am applying here. I am not inserting God in a lack of understanding or in a lack of knowledge in regards of natural phenomena. What
Do you
I am
think?
saying
Yeah.
is an entirely positive case where I'm saying that we know by our own experience that we as intelligent beings, we instantiate blueprints, factories, machines, turbines, and so forth. Okay. And we look into biology and biochemistry and we see the same exact state of affairs. So there is an analogy here. And of course, then it comes up the question, so how do we explain then the natural phenomena in the most case adequate manner if the situation is analogous? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that intelligence is a very um, rational and plausible explanation.
Okay. So, do you think that somebody could look at a volcano and rightly attribute some of the other things that you're attributing to DNA that lead you to conclude that DNA was invented by intelligence? Could someone look at a volcano and say, well, this is essentially, some type of like power plant? I mean, this does a lot of the things that we want to do in a power plant. Or would you say that this is not the case? Somebody couldn't do this. Somebody couldn't look at a volcano and confuse it for a complex mechanism that looks a lot like something that we invented.
Well, the difference is that you are mentioning a volcano, but the volcano doesn't operate based on a language and instructional information.
But DNA does to you.
It is basically just geology and natural physical occurrences. But when we look into DNA, we see a literal language which is in operation there. We see codons which are assigned, which have an assigned meaning. There are 64 codons which are assigned to 20 amino acids, and they have a meaning. So analogous to this, Let's suppose you see a translation book on the table from Chinese to English, where the word chair is assigned to the word shizi in Chinese. Okay, so the letters shizi and chair, they don't have an intrinsic meaning. What you give an extrinsic meaning to them, where these words have an assigned meaning, they mean that object with four legs where you sit down. Okay, so you need someone with intelligence which assigns that meaning to the words. And that's exactly what we see as well in biology, where we have 64 codon words, and they are assigned, they have a meaning like uracil, uracil, uracil means phenylalanine, which is an amino acid. And that is an assignment. And it is like a translation book, and the ribosome translates codons to amino acids. It is a literal assignment. So the question here again is the same. How do you explain the fact that there is assignment of meaning inside of a cell?
Yeah. And again, this is a deviation from street epistemology. I'm not convinced that I guess ultimately we have an issue when it comes to prescribing, saying that DNA is in fact a language, or that things that have a translation mechanism have to have an intelligence, I guess, is the issue. I don't know that that's to me. In order to answer your question, my answer is that I don't have to have an explanation to say that I don't accept another explanation.
Well, you are avoiding the obvious here.
Yeah, and I.
So why are you avoiding the obvious? If you see a translation book on the table, are you also incredulous that someone intelligent wrote that translation book?
No, but it's for.
Oh, okay. So
Right.
You are not incredulous that the translation book requires a translator, but
No.
you are skeptic and doubtful that translation in biology, where we have an analogous situation where the meaning of codons is assigned to amino acids, to the amino acid alphabet, that also requires intelligence to instantiate that state of affairs.
Yes.
So I don't understand, why are you skeptic in regards of that if we have here again an analogous situation?
Yeah, so a few things with that. One is based off of the first word that you said, which I think was obvious, right? And this is unfortunately a word that most people use to justify things that they believe or accept. And so from there, it seems to me that it's not a reliable way. What is obvious to me doesn't seem like a reliable way to figure out what's true in the universe.
Okay, can I quote here again, and I would like that you pay attention to again this sentence again. If the analogy of two phenomena be very close and striking, while at the same time the cause of one is very obvious, it becomes scarcely possible to refuse to admit the action of an analogous cause in the other, tough not so obvious itself. So obviously we don't have um, the causal agency in front of us in order to know that it was X or Y which caused that state of affairs in the cell. So, of course, we need a leap of faith to accept an explanation, but I think it is rational that we stick to the most likely or most plausible explanation. And the only alternative to intelligence making a translation book would be that random chance would have instantiated this situation and state of affairs. So
Yeah, and
isn't
see
it warranted to be incredulous to that alternative of chance?
So to just comment on the last thing that you said there, yeah, that's part of the issue is that I don't I would not be willing to make the claim that those are the only two options. Just because I can't think of any other options doesn't mean that those have to be the only two. So that's one of the reasons that I have. The other one, when it comes to analogies, analogies work for certain reasons that draw similarities between certain mechanisms, and I wouldn't want to. I think that in terms of languages and blueprints, we can use, and it's been very useful to use those analogies to understand DNA or the way biological organisms reproduce and grow. But I am leery of drawing one-to-ones. Like, okay, so here's where I understand it could be like a language, it could be like a blueprint. Therefore, and all the other things must be similar too. It's kind of like I can draw analogies between a horse and a dog, but I wouldn't then say, well, it's obvious that you can ride a horse, so therefore you should ride dogs, or dogs are for riding. It seems to me I don't know where the analogy begins or stops. So we can draw parallels between biology and, again, man-made inventions, but where that line stops is, I guess, very important to me, and something that I need more evidence than just the fact that you can draw that analogy, that those two things have the exact same thing going on with them.
But for a long time, and still today, there are atheists which claim that there is no genetic code, that is just what can I say? It is not the real code, okay? But the fact is that this is the real state of affairs. We have here a real assignment of meaning of codons to amino acids. And we have a real situation where genetic information is conveyed to have a specific outcome to protein, which are proteins. So we are not talking here in a metaphorical sense or as metaphors. We are talking here about the real state of affairs, where there is real information stored in DNA and where there is a real translation mechanism in operation in the ribosome. And there is a real genetic code where meaning is assigned of codons to amino acids. And again, you have basically two competing possible explanations. You say, oh, well, because we don't know, but there could be other explanations. Well, no, there could be just three. Basically, it's intelligence, chance, unguided random events, and physical necessity. Now, the thing is that if there would be physical necessity, then DNA could not store information. So there is no necessity of nucleotides to have a specific sequence. They can be arranged in any free sequenced whatever, okay? And in regards of the translation, I mean, you have basically in two possible hypotheses, and if you think that design isn't the better explanation, then you should actually come up with chance or unguided random events as a better explanation. But that's not what we see analogously to us, where we need intelligence to write a translation book. And when we assign meaning to words, that is always something which comes from intelligence. So as soon as you stick to chance, you move into the direction of irrationality.
Yeah. So I do want to make clear again that I'm not saying it is or isn't this. I'm saying I don't know the ways it could be. I understand that for you, there are certain options, and those options are basically it. And just for me, they're not.
Let me quick add to this. Science is trying for over 50 years to find an explanation, natural explanation of the origin of the translation machinery and the genetic code. And this is regarded as one of the maybe biggest problems in biology. Okay, science doesn't have really an explanation, despite many models of how that state of affairs could have emerged naturally. But um, I can quote you here, for example, from Eugene Koonin. He says, "Origin and evolution of the genetic code. In our opinion, despite extensive and in many cases elaborate attempts to model code optimization, ingenious theorizing along the lines of the coevolution theory and considerable experimentation, very little definitive progress has been made. Summarizing the state of the art in the study of the code evolution, we cannot escape considerable skepticism. It seems that the two-pronged fundamental question, why is the genetic code the way it is, and how did it come to be, that was asked over 50 years ago at the dawn of molecular biology, might remain pertinent even in another 50 years. Our consolation is that we cannot think of a more fundamental problem in biology." So,
Yeah, and
um,
again, my own position is we can have those problems, and I'm not saying that you seem to have a lot of information here that I think is interesting to think about, and that people should consider, and they should consider um, what it can lend the claim in terms of DNA or biological processes looking like they were designed or looking like they were intelligently designed. I don't think that that is um, something to be dismissed, let's say. Um, I just also I was really trying to tackle this idea that science doesn't have the explanation, therefore it's that thing. That's really where I think we could probably agree that science not having the explanation doesn't mean any explanation is the right explanation.
well, the thing is, when you constantly reach a dead end of a road and never find an explanation through a natural mechanism, when do you reach the threshold where you have to admit that the supernatural or intelligent cause is the better explanation?
For me, never. It will always be dependent upon somebody's ability to give me demonstrable evidence of the supernatural, not the lack of evidence from the natural.
Yeah, so I would say you need to work on your epistemological framework, because if you exclude God a priori just because he doesn't show up and you cannot perceive him with your senses, then I think there is a flaw in how you approach that quest of God's existence, if he exists or not.
I want to be clear, though. I'm not saying I'm not saying I believe there is not a God, which is based off of what you just said. I'm saying that I don't believe. So it's not that I'm saying God doesn't exist, because I believe that there is no God because I can't sense God or the supernatural in some way. I'm saying I don't believe that God does exist because I haven't experienced anything that has allowed me to conclude that.
Yeah, so the question is, what would convince you actually that God is the more case adequate explanation for our existence?
Yeah, and I think that goes into what we were saying at one point in this conversation, and it's always been a hanging point for me when it comes to this topic. As somebody who used to be a fundamentalist Christian and believed a lot of these things that we're talking about, it would probably, if I had to guess, it would take capabilities that I don't currently have. So that's my answer, is that right now I actually don't have any standards that would prove to me that a God exists. It would take standards that maybe I could have in the future, given certain inventions or certain mental capacities that I could gain that could allow me to analyze an argument on that topic.
Well, what I would encourage you, I mean, we have talked quite for some time, and
yes,
I
thank you
have
for this,
some
by the way.
things to do. What I would like to encourage you is to try to find out what distinguishes things that only intelligence can do to things that unguided, random, non-intelligent mechanisms or forces cannot do. And once you have figured out, I mean, I have a library where, if you're interested, I can send you a link and you can look it up. And once you have figured out this, and you have figured out the possible range of explanations of our origins, you can look into nature. And I gave you two powerful examples, which is complex specified complexity in DNA and the translation and the genetic code. Then you can look into the physical universe, into biology and so forth, and try to find out if there are signs of things that most likely are designed, as the examples which I just gave you. And if you are honest and permit the evidence to lead you wherever it is, even if it is not towards the direction that you eventually are biased to, I think the rational thing to do would be to permit the evidence to lead you wherever it is. And in my case, through the examples which I just gave you, I think that intelligence is a far, far more rational and plausible explanation of these things that we were talking about tonight, rather than the alternative, which would be no intelligence.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I will think about that. I think it's an interesting thing that people should think about. I do everything that I infer about something being intelligently designed does come from my experiences with the actual intelligences that design those things. That's a pretty big hurdle for me personally. But I still think it's worth thinking about, is there a way to definitively know with a high degree of certainty whether or not something that we're looking at has been designed by intelligence or not? So I do agree with you on that. I do have personal experiences that deviate me away from that, but I agree.
Well, just to end this conversation, I used to make a cumulative argument for God's existence, and I think there are many, many things which can be mentioned which cumulatively lead to intelligence as the, I would even say, only possible explanation.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for the conversation on Otangelo, right? I got that correct? Otangelo?
Yes.
All right, nice talking to you.
Before you take off, Otangelo, I just had a if you have to go, that's fine, because we've been going for a while, and I think that we have one more person or one more hand in the audience raised, and I'd like to get to them. So I just want to make this really quick. I want to thank you for being in our room, first of all, for coming in and engaging. I think it's been awesome. I've really enjoyed this conversation. I did have a couple of real quick questions, if I may, if that's okay with you. You said you're a Christian, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And like, do you go to church regularly?
No, currently I'm not going to church.
Okay, okay. Um, I guess the main question I had was if a like, are these the real reasons you're a Christian? Like, if a Christian came up to you and asked you why you were a Christian, would you talk about like DNA and cells and blueprints and um like genetic codes and stuff? What would you how would you respond to a Christian asking you why you're a Christian?
Well, I came to Christianity by pain. It had nothing to do with philosophical, scientific, or theological issues.
Sorry, you said by pain?
Yes. When I was a teenager, I went through depression, and I remembered. I didn't know my clinical situation, and so I wasn't even understanding that I could seek for clinical help. And I tried twice suicide, and then I remembered as a child, I was my mother. She's a Catholic. She was praying with me before sleeping, and I was doing that, and that was a good time. And I said, well, I'll try out. Maybe God can help me. And for several years, I was not interested in the God question anymore. So that problem of depression made me think that maybe seeking help in prayers, and if there would be a God, then he could help me out. So I started to pray, and slowly that impression went away. And then 2 years later, I did meet someone, a colleague at work, and he invited me to go to an evangelical church. I went there. They explained me there the gospel, which was new to me as a Catholic. I didn't hear it before. And I said, yes, I want to accept Christ as my Lord and Savior. So this is 36 years ago. And yeah, my focus has always
Hmm.
been to do evangelism, to have conversations with unbelievers, with atheists, and so forth. And so my faith was constantly challenged and led me to seek answers in scientific things, and that lead me to educate myself in regards of biology, biochemistry, physics, philosophy, all these kind of things. So um, yeah, so it wasn't reason that led me to seek God, but it was pain.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'm really sorry that you had to go through, oh, man, suicide. And yeah, I can't imagine. So, hmm. Well, I'm hoping that that you come back and hang out with us again. We're here every Saturday afternoon, US times. Um, and maybe we can kind of explore those reasons, if you're up for it. Um, I, I had one more question though, because it sounds like you engage with a lot of atheists, and so I was curious as to if you can kind of contrast the conversations that you typically have with atheists and the one that you had with Quaid. Um, how were there many differences between those conversations? And if there were a lot of differences, maybe you can point out a couple of those. Because this is the Street Epistemology Club, and I'm always interested in um, kind of looking at the differences between street epistemology conversations and those that aren't necessarily in that arena. So, could you maybe share a little bit about that? And then I want to get to, I think, one more hand in the audience, and then we're probably going to wrap it up if that's okay. But yeah, go ahead, Otangelo.
Yeah, I enjoyed my the conversation with Quaid, and I like it to have it respectful and to permit the other side to make its case, to have time to answer without interrupting, without over talking. So that has been very nice. And I think that I have met many atheists which are atheists for bad reasons. And of course, that doesn't uh, uh, apply only to atheists. It applies as well to Christians. Okay, so I think that having a solid epistemological framework to investigate origins is very important in order to come to good or to true conclusions, and that we do not self-deceive ourselves. So I am really much positive in regards to have an adequate and a good framework of epistemology to investigate origins, and I think it has to be based on science, theology, and philosophy. These are the three main tenets. But what I am seeing in regards of your channel of the channel Street Epistemology is that the investigation is one-sided, in the
Mm,
sense that you guys scrutinize believers in regards of their beliefs if they have good reasons to believe, but I think you need to put both propositions on the table and weight them. So if you are skeptic and critical in regards of the God claim, you have to be in as much in regards of the no God claim, and then see the two competing hypotheses, which one has more explanatory power and which one is more case adequate. So I
Yeah.
would
Yeah,
encourage
you're
to
saying
do
that
that.
street epistemology should be open to exploring the claim that a God exists, but also be open to explore the claim that a God does not exist, right?
Or that nature is self-sufficient. It's not about trying to falsify that God does not exist, the negative. It is about to have good explanations how the physical natural world can exist without a creator and can be
Right. Yeah.
self-sustaining. And
Yeah. If that's the claim that somebody is making, right?
yeah, of course, but I am really not interested to have conversations with people which just want to confess what they don't believe in. Um, I also don't care if someone doesn't believe in fairies and farting pixies and pink
Right.
unicorns and things
Right.
like that. So I'm not interested to hear someone just confessing that he doesn't believe in God. I want to know what others positively believe and why.
Yeah, you're interested in why somebody's making a positive claim and their reasons and whether those reasons are solid or not.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
me too. Cool. Well, thanks for being here in our room. We're gonna try to wrap this up pretty soon. I know that we've got at least one other person. So thanks, Otangelo, for being here. I hope you come back next week. Um, That reminds me, we have Robert Hamilton coming back with us next Saturday. So yeah, excited for that. All
Okay.
right, Early, let's try to get uh, these last questions answered before we wrap it up.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I'm gonna bring up Nathan real quick. Ethan. I have an Ethan and a Nathan. And then Nathan, you're next. Hey, Ethan. I did send. Oh, welcome, Ethan.
Okay. I think it was Nathan first. Or
Uh, he's been up earlier. He was on earlier before.
gotcha.
So bringing up
So I was just
Nathan.
going to answer sort of to Tangelo's question. I wasn't here for the whole time, but I listened to him for a while earlier on. And, like why, Tangelo was mentioning about the central dogma. And I think his point was, okay, we don't know where the codons or where the pyrimidines and purines, i.e. the nucleotides, have come from. And you also asked a question like, well, how long before we get an answer would we wait? And I think, that's a good question. For me, I think, it's only been, I'd say, about 50 years since, it was the late 70s, early 80s when we first really had recombinant genetics. But we've also had some interesting things as to why we see some just natural phenomena that help us build up some of these various molecules. So, in the 50s, there was a guy named Chargraph, and they were trying to sort of figure out, well, we've got a bunch of molecules. We have protein molecules, we have DNA. There was a question like, well, which one is the basis of genetics? Which one could, explain Mendelian genetics? And of course, that ultimately got solved by Watson and Crick and that whole thing. But prior to that, there was Chargraph, who had sort of circumstantial evidence, something called Chargraff's results. But we also have things like primordial soup. So, some of these components, we do see evidence for them. And it's not, in my perspective, that old. It's 50, 60 years old since it started in earnest. So, primordial soup gives us amino acids. and some of those will assemble sometimes into proteins. And of course, the thing about proteins is they fold up into complex shapes. And they actually, we know part of the point of proteins is they operate as enzymes and they do all sorts of interesting functions. Some of them are even mobile. They have the lock and key into the membranes. So they're able to do stuff. So it's not inconceivable. It seems, we don't have the final evidence, but it seems reasonable to consider, especially in light of the fact that there are so many combinations, which is, part of the idea of natural selection is that you have a huge amount of variety, that we have yet to find that initial state, or, that would, either from proteins create nucleotide or base pairs. That's a plausible scenario. I don't think it's irrational, but it's also, or Tangela's question is, why do I think there? Why do I believe that? I think it's reasonable to assume that that's one option. Again, we found that the amino acids themselves are made in the primordial soup from conditions that seem to be from early Earth, and that seem to be likely events to occur in other places from a geological methodology, and that's another thing. There's even stuff similarly for the lipid bilayers coming from just sort of a natural process. So I think that means just because we had, to the biggest point is it's only been 50 years. So have we, to say that we should give up because we have not found something analogous to the primordial soup for base pairs seems a little premature. If I just had to, give an estimate, if it was another 200-300 years from now, then I might be more questioning as to where, and this is just a similar question to where is abiogenesis occurring. So I don't think there's anything particularly strained at this point about developing, where DNA came from, or RNA. RNA itself is the other way around. Some people think, once you get to, we could find some way that RNA was created from sort of a geological or chemical method. Ribosomal DNA, RNA folds up and often acts like proteins in some cases. And again, so it doesn't seem like there wouldn't be, there's nothing that really, it seems like there's lots of obvious places where the mechanism could be found still. And it's, it's a lot of searching through. This is a very big hay pile looking for the needle in the haystack. But it's a reasonable conclusion or a reasonable assumption to make and to keep searching for. Even another example of this is we know that the primary sequence will fold up into the protein structures and how it folds. And it's been 50 years. People have been saying, how can we figure out how these proteins fold? And this is new, has been partially solved with the AlphaFold 1, and now AlphaFold 2 has gotten its teeth into this problem. Now biologists are able to explain how things are folding up, and maybe they'll start to say, hey, this particular protein might fold up and help us create, maybe we can see a mechanism by which it would fold up to help create amino acids, not amino acids, but rather base pairs in the first place. So I just think there's a lot of room to continue to see a worthwhile effort. It hasn't become, 200 or 300 or 400 years, and there's been progress along the way. So I think I've been a little bit wordy, but hopefully that might explain a little to Tangelo as to why I think it's reasonable to continue on and not have the full answer, but certainly big pieces along the way have been quite indicative of the methodology.
I would love to have, or to be a fly on the wall in a room that has Ethan and Otangelo in it, just them. So let me know, Ethan, if you end up having like a one-on-one with Otangelo. I'd love to sit in on that. Did you have any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I think I can't quite form it in my head now, but I think there's also the same question he asked. I could ask back, well, where is, how long does it take for you to see, well, where is God in this process too? Where is God having shown to made the primary sequence or understand the difficult? Where's the evidence in any of these mechanisms that we've seen? We've seen the opposite. Where is the mechanism that shows the intelligent design? um, in the folding of the protein sequence, or the, we don't see it in the creation of amino acids. Where is it? So I could sort of ask the same question in reverse. So
Cool.
it's like what Quayd was saying. It's fine not to have that answer. It doesn't, not having one doesn't make the other. Uh, if you have A and B, and you say it's not A, it doesn't mean it's B.
Right. Cool. Awesome. Okay. Well, if that's it, then yeah, anybody on the panel want to respond to that?
No, I was just gonna agree emphatically with what you were saying about having a one-on-one with Ethan and Otangelo. He left. Oh no, he's here. It's PTR. He changed position. I'd be happy to organize it under scientism if you guys like, but I'm more interested in the conversation. So if you want to do it in another club that you're more fond of, I'm very attached to the idea of listening Ethan and Otangelo talk about science.
Yeah, that might be possible. Sure.
Cool. Yeah, definitely ping me. Okay, I think we have time for just like maybe one more person, if everybody's okay with that. Then I think that we're gonna go ahead and close the room. But before we get to that, I just want to thank everybody here. Early, badass facilitator. Everyone would. I would say that that's objectively true.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, Alfonso, thanks for being here again. It's always great to see you and have you in the room. Quaid, um, yeah, you're welcome back anytime you want to be here and be on the panel to help answer questions. It's good to know you. It's good to kind of having our SE friendship relationship grow the way it has. I can't wait for next week. We're going to have Robert Hamilton. Um, if you remember, he ended up joining the panel with Mark Solomon a couple of weeks ago. So that's going to be exciting. Yeah, just thanks everyone for being here and helping us do this. I really appreciate it.
It was fun.
Awesome. Otangelo, if you want to get a hold of Alfonso or myself, Alfonso, to coordinate that, I would love to hear that. To kind of echo what Ethan said, there's been a lot of some progress being done on protein folding, and I, yeah, if anybody's interested in that topic, definitely search for it on YouTube. It's on there. Nathan, welcome back on stage. If you want to go ahead and ask a question or comment or continue where we left off, go ahead, stage yours.
Well, how you doing? I'm very interested that that just happened because I think that would be a good thing to clarify for myself. So back to the title of this room, demystifying the approach. I think I've definitely had a problem with this method because of the last 40 minutes that went through. I'm just sort of curious. I guess I should posit, like, I think that everybody are good people, and there was a great end to that conversation regarding the power of positive thinking and how much that helps people out. And I think there's no answer that atheism has really come to conclude, but that's because atheism is not a method. It's just a claim on based off of the evidence. It has no other continuation of that. There's not like a church of atheism to go to have the power of positive thinking get engaged. So I think Antangelo was looking for something like that. But back to Quayd, like, can you help me understand, I guess, back to the demystifying approach, why you take that method? Is there a section in this method, Street Epistemology, where you don't deploy a bunch of other evidence? You try to stay with that one particular question. And is there a reason for that? Because I'm missing it. I'm not understanding why you do that.
Yeah, I may have to have you repeat exactly what you're asking again. Why I employ?
You were staying with the idea that since there's no other way to, or excuse me, back to the murder deployment that was used,
Yeah.
and then you offered like, well, there's all these other options I may not understand, and you stood on that ground and you didn't move towards a bunch of other positions you could have moved. So why did you stay in that position? And if there's more to that, I'd love to understand more of that, because I guess maybe my emotional part of me is just frustrated with the amount of time that was just used up. But can you help me out? Because I would really love to know. I'm very intrigued with the manner that you're operating, all four of you, with this really polite role. But is there something I'm not getting? There
Well, I
must be.
had two reasons. Well, two reasons. One was I didn't feel like I was getting a response that I understood as an answer to the question that I was asking at moments. So that's one reason that I'll ask again, is because I'm still not clear on exactly uh, what their answer is or what their position is. So to me, it can help to say it again, especially with somebody where I feel like there may be a language or cultural barrier. um, to me, it can kind of help ensure at some moments. I don't think it was the most effective there, but ensuring that we actually do understand each other and what I was asking. And the other reason is for other people that potentially could be listening, that they're just clear um, about what I'm saying, that not having a, an explanation for something doesn't mean that other explanations are necessarily the correct
I,
ones.
I'm, I'm with you, but I guess is there a reason why you needed to calmly repeat it 3 or 4 times? Or why couldn't you just is there a reason for that? Because I feel like this is something I bump into with street epistemology people a lot, is that there is this lean back and let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong about that? Or is that taught? Or is that something that's just come into the style?
No, yeah, that's absolutely something that I think is more intentional. And street epistemology is to lean back, to kind of pace things, and also make sure that things are. Don't be afraid of things going slower. We've tried the fast way. The fast way is where we kind of like talk over each other. Things aren't clearly understood. They're not repeated. I've certainly heard a lot of conversations where this is the case, where one person has made a claim, the other person hasn't clarified the claim, and the other person goes on this tangent about a claim that sounds
Yeah,
similar to the
but
but
that's what I
isn't.
just heard. That's so you let
Oh,
the other person though do that. So that's why I'm sort of wondering why does that work? There's a net positive from that outcome?
why did I let them go off on other things? Is that what you were saying?
Correct. You just made a claim that
Yeah.
you were trying not to cut people off, and I'm feeling you on that. But I'm just sort of curious why, in turn, we had to listen to a lot of the ranting that you're claiming, or the
Yeah.
talking over that you're claiming you're trying to get rid of.
A lot of that has to do with rapport building too.
Okay.
So, yeah, that allows you to maintain rapport, and it does happen a lot. And I've noticed it a lot where I've asked a question. I'm not getting uh, what I think is an answer that makes sense to my question, which to me is again, okay, so there's got to be some gap in understanding here between us. And so it can help to, again, reiterate that point to see if I can get us on the same page. But at the same time, what that unfortunately means is a lot of the other person talking way more and sometimes still not answering the question. But it does allow you to maintain rapport, so to be in a position so that by the end of the conversation we can both say, hey, we gave it a shot and we were cordial. And what I certainly don't want to do is try to like grab that person and rein them in and control them. um, and then also, for again other people listening, so it may not be to the place where I can get him to understand what I'm asking and get the an answer that I think um, demonstrates that he understood exactly what I was asking, but other people may understand what I was asking, and maybe they didn't catch it the first time, and they can at least know.
So
what I'm getting at.
You're saying that there would be a net capture of listeners through the approach that you're describing currently. Because one of the reasons I raised my hand to come up here was I'm very interested in the demystifying part because I have sat in on these conversations before in different ways. I've tried to watch some of these conversations on Street Epistemology, but frankly, it was just brutally grinding for myself. And I'm sort of curious, like, maybe it takes a certain person, and you must have you must have a story in your mind that this is a net positive method, right? Because you've taken the time to make this room, you're dedicating every Saturday to this. David and Early and Alfonso dedicated time to this. There's a title on the top of this room. I'm assuming you're claiming that you're going to do more work in this style. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, if you go one at a time, like you did just now, you wouldn't mathematically make it through a small city population in your lifetime. So what's the big, I guess I would love to know the big idea here. Are there going to be more of yous in the future? Are you thinking that this might just be like something that catches on and there'll be like a deployment?
I don't really know that. I think right now I like the method, and I hope that it does like become more prolific. I think that it still makes sense a lot of what you're saying. To be frank, it's boring and daunting and repetitive. Um, and this is really, I think, part of what informs us on this are ideas like the backfire effect, um, the idea that it doesn't really matter how much data we push down someone's throat if their emotions aren't in a certain place, they're not going to listen. So it really doesn't seem to help if we just go for the jugular, so to speak, and just always try to like one up the other person or what have you.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't deploy that, but like I have to make some examples here. I really don't want to. I don't like not having him here to defend himself, so I was trying not to go into examples. But hopefully, I'll bump into him another time, and he can have me listen to him explain what his claims would be. But like back to the 50-year claim, that's just too short. And the area that you didn't go into, which I find I want to know maybe it's the style of this street epistemology thing, but like the idea that human beings are intelligent claims that this is like that's a true claim, which isn't true, because if you're basing like intelligence off of what, that could be one thing you could walk down, but the other claim is, well, if we were malevolently intelligent, like we would heal everyone with the medical field, but we're powerless truly when you look at how they treat cancer right now. It's not because we you know, are so intelligent we understand how to fix it and we're choosing not to. It's just that we frankly don't understand how these things work. And just to make a quick whip at understanding DNA, the technology that it takes to look at proteins is just coming online right now because it's so difficult to make the tools to make those objects. And this is the area you could have obviously deployed into, and I'm sort of curious why you didn't. It's because is that what you think jugular cutting is like? Because I feel like you might be, I feel personally like I would be informing somebody of that information, but you feel like that's an unfair step? Is that what you're claiming?
no, I don't want to make any claims. It could just be the case that, and this is something we talk about a lot in street epistemology, that your techniques would ultimately be different from mine. The two things you want to do are you want to,
Interesting.
again, maintain rapport. So you do want to keep it cordial. So if at any point you get the impression that asking a certain question or saying a certain thing is going to um, cause the breaking down of rapport, most street epistemologists would say you want to do some other things first before getting to that question.
So that's cool.
So
So what you're saying is that a rapport is like a really big factor, right?
yes, yeah, very big.
Okay, so you're saying that if you lose rapport, you're basically not practicing street epistemology.
Absolutely, yeah, that is one of the things
That's
that we
very
use.
helpful for me to understand. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask
A moment.
a question real quick? Oh, sorry, Early. Go ahead.
No, I'll go after you, David.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just had a quick, maybe this might help clarify things, Nathan. Um, i- i- if you had a conversation with Otangelo, what would be your goal? Like, what would you, if you, to categorize it as a successful conversation, what would you need to see with a conversation with Otangelo?
Well, my goal with Untangelos of the world is to explain that, well, explain basically why their claims don't hold any weight because they're not true, but then move towards the reason that they're not true doesn't mean the other reasons aren't true. So, for instance, we came to the conclusion with our conversation. You asked him very politely or whatever that why he's in this other position. He decided to answer the question with this whole other story, which is great. But he doesn't need to walk away from his belief in Jesus, and he doesn't need to jettison all the other positive aspects of his life that happen because he believes in this magical creature that's given him a lot of, positive thinking in his life. I guess what I'm saying is that you don't need to bring along the baggage of theism and all the negative connotations and basically negative stuff that happens with, I don't want to go through the laundry list of bad things that theism does in this world, but you don't need to have that and also walk away, and just because it's been the tradition of 2,000 years and as a human, if you want to connect yourself to that length of time, you can still have all the other good stuff like meeting nice people with intention of wanting to do quote unquote good things, wanting to do charity work, wanting to sing together, wanting to, make sure that people have a place to go if they're in trouble mentally, physically, fill in the blank. Like all of these things are very real and positive things that you can do, but you just don't need to walk down roads that also attach themselves to anti-homosexual activity, negative connotations towards females doing things that are equal to males. I can go on and on. I'll leave it there. You understand my theme here, but that's generally what I would be working towards. And I'm curious, what's the interest in that? If that's my position, David, what's your interest in that?
I was curious. So your goal with a conversation with Otangelo would be to basically provide him with the information that he needs that would convince him to maybe have a different view of the world.
I mean, more to the point, it's just that you don't need to align yourself with repressive politics in order to get the same positive outcomes that he wants. But that would be the longer game. But the first game would be to knock down his pretty weak arguments. But that's my general idea. Yes.
Okay. And how successful do you find that approach typically with people that are, I would say, as thoughtful as Otangelo?
Oh, I think it's actually incredibly successful. But more to the point of what Quad was talking. Quayd, can you explain your name so I'd spell it, sound it out correctly?
Yeah, it's Quayd, like Dennis Quaid.
Great, thanks, Quayd. Quayd was walking towards the other thing where he was doing, which was he was keeping an eye on an ear out for the listeners. And this is another thing that I bumped into is that in my world, specifically, there are people that flounder between staying away from theism, but they start to get sucked towards it because it has just only the positive stuff gets spoken about. But once you start walking out the conundrums with it, people get deflected from going down that road because it's actually not a good place to go. So I guess, David, what I'm answering in a very long way is I'm not only worried about him, I'm worried about the other people that start to go, intelligent design, that's interesting, let me go down that road.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, right now I can.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was coming in and out of there. My headset died, and I had to change another one. I sincerely apologize. I don't think I got that. Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah,
I'm
it was
really sorry.
basically, Quayd was mentioning that other people are listening. So specifically in this app, one of the reasons why I do engage with people like that is because there's other people listening and they're on the fence whether they should go towards theism or not. And this was the other area that I found a little bit concerning, that we weren't approaching his own confusion about what he was talking about, because theists walk in intelligent design and then they attach the Bible to it in the particular occasion of Christianity. But you can go towards there being a God of nature, but that has nothing to do with the Bible, and design would still operate inside of that spectrum. But you have to pin somebody down and find out which claim they're making, almost not for their own mind, but for the mind of other people that are listening to that person, so they can work on what they think.
Okay, I think I understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, what's your success rate with the goal of providing enough information for someone that would convince them to change their view? That goal, how successful do you think that method is?
I don't think there's another method, I guess, is my answer to that question. I mean, the other method is to not tell someone the truth. That's sort of what I'm bordering on here. That's why I'm getting a little bit concerned about. I really, again, you guys have all been super cordial and awesome, and other times I've talked to you, and I'm with you on many levels. But David, the way that this conversation went down, just to make a pure example, the last 40 minutes, it was sort of being like almost being spoken down to. And I think that's sort of helping me answer the question you're asking me is like, am I successful? I don't have a metric to measure that, but if I was to put into play like my deployment of my thoughts, and then I could walk towards a man that's looking at their child die of cancer 10 years from now, and I spoke to this guy about the perils of believing in a God that allows that to happen, maybe I've wedged him free of that delusional thinking, and then he won't be such a hypocrite when it comes down to more critical thinking. So it's difficult for me to come up with when that person finally attached himself to the thought that I deployed to him 10 years ago or 2 days ago.
Okay. Okay. So it's hard to tell if that particular method, the method you say is the only one, it's hard to tell if that's successful, right?
That is a fair claim.
Okay.
Can I
Cool.
jump in on this?
Yes, please. I'm done.
Uh, yeah, Nathan, I'm not sure, maybe you are aware of some of these things, but a large reason that street epistemology and a lot of other conversational styles have come about is because of things like the backfire effect, where we notice that giving facts to people sometimes does the reverse. It makes people more confident for whatever reason. It makes them more confident in their original position when they're given information that contradicts what they believe. This seems to be true across the political spectrum too. There are challenges to that, so I don't want to just say like that's the way it is or whatever. Street epistemology is just one attempt to try to get around that issue in some way. It seems that giving people information that contradicts what they believe tends to entrench them. And so that's one of the other things. The other things are like studies where when people reason themselves into something, they are more likely to accept that reasoning than when it's given by somebody else. So street epistemology tries to not so much focus on giving contradictory information, but exploring with that person the fundamental epistemological presuppositions that they have about how to decide what's true in the world, and to have a conversation mostly about that, and to ask questions to evoke the answers from them as opposed to giving them the answers. So
I think you just demystified your approach right there. I think that's pretty fair.
Fantastic.
I just have a so I had a reaction to just what Nathan originally, his line of questioning when he first came on. Someone mentioned style. Was there something about individual styles? And uh, I went through. I think I put myself through like 3 examinations. David, and a couple others. And I would say definitely there's different styles. But one of the things that I actually really like is that your the whole idea of building rapport. I think there are some people that will build rapport, but also spend it, right? So they'll build rapport and use it, and that's also another part of this whole thing about approaching doing SE, I think maybe does have something to do with style and the individuals that practice it. Because for me, I really enjoyed my sessions because of that very fact. I like the fact that the people were engaging. They pushed back when I didn't give them a good answer. They pushed as well. When something didn't make sense, they asked me to kind of fill in that hole, and I had to, and I had to think about it. And so there's definitely different styles, and if I definitely encourage people to check out Quaid's channel and the Street Epistemology Club as well, because you will see that there are different people that kind of do it different ways. I personally lean hard towards the building up rapport and spending it part. I don't think that people mind being told to be concise or cut it short. And it's been my experience with the few ones that I've done. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up to Nathan. There are different styles. There's different people that do it different ways. Where I think you still are practicing SE. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and that again kind of goes into street epistemology too. The idea that really what we're trying to do is prepare people to be versatile. So also recognizing that your style might change from situation to situation. I can tell you that in Ohio, I don't know where you're from, Nathan, but I have had conversations where I've been very direct with people, and then that certainly did not seem to be working, no matter how factual what I was saying was or how much I could prove to them that thing. With people in Ohio, they were ready to fight you. So you kind of want to move away from that a little bit. I do think, like what Early was saying, it is this idea of building rapport and then kind of spending it at opportune moments that calls for.
That's an interesting point. So you're bringing up the idea of there being geographic differences in culture, and then yeah, because fundamentally what you're doing, I mean, specifically what I think I'm doing when I'm altering, I'm bringing some things to people's attention. This is sort of back to the recycling conversation I cited like an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago. It was not a conversation about logic. It was a conversation about worldviews changing in real time. So if you bring something to someone's attention that doesn't make any sense to them because they've been basing their worldview off of it. You talked about emotion a couple of times, Quayd, but I also think that it's emotion, sure, but it's also people practice a lot of what they preach. So, if I'm bumping up against somebody who believes in God and goes to church every week and really is towing the line of faith, and then I pull them into the world that doesn't make any sense, I can see the worldview just not being a way to operate. Like my worldview, it doesn't give them, in their mind, ethics and a bunch of other things that they think don't belong, because therefore it's like a black box of make it up as you go. And bumping up against that worldview, and I guess that's sort of where I'm coming back with, you did explain, the demystifying approach, like just 5-10 minutes ago, with like why you're approaching it that way. And I guess what I'm seeing is that SE maybe might have a more net positive, specifically in a geographic location where you're trying to move the needle, and if you move it too hard, it actually wouldn't make any headway at all. Whereas what I'm trying to do is hold the line so people don't walk towards emotional or intellectual, design in some kind. So, is that fair?
Sounds pretty good to me. Yeah.
It takes a village.
I want to highlight as well that often if you end up in some sort of debate, often what happens is that people there's a certain state of mind that you get into when you're in a debate where it's about winning. In any sort of defeat, quote unquote, defeat on a debate, it sends the person back to look for other counterpoints or other logic that they can use to justify their means. And if the claim that's being discussed just happens to allow for loose logic or unsound logic, right, valid logic, just the nature of the claim itself just allows for that, then you could just have a back and forth where it's more about knocking down the other person. The thing about the SE method, and the SE method that I've done, where I'm the one doing the interview, and the one that's done to me, is where you are making the person think about what they're saying, about the claims they're going at. And what happens is that the person ends up doing something like, wait a minute, I haven't thought about that. I may need some help. And you're asking me questions about what they just said, nothing to do with that debate or going back and forth. So these people are having to sit there and think about, why did I just say that? Why do I believe this? What is the real reason? What would I do if? And so this is, for me, this is the role that I see SE doing, more so than building rapport, more so than all of that. You build rapport in order to be able to take people down this journey of asking these questions where they're having to understand how they came to a certain belief. This is my take, Nathan. I am learning this stuff, and so I'm not an authority. I'm mostly just facilitating the room, but it's my take so far on SE. And a rapport building for me is about being able to have that conversation with the person and being able to engage in those series of epistemological questions.
I,
To me, that's sort of thing.
I think that's totally fair and maybe incorrect, possibly in many ways. I'm just sort of curious if you were, are you allowed to in street epistemology to just cut to the chase? Like what we came to the conclusion with a gentleman that's not here anymore was that he really found his way to this particular thinking through building himself out of depression and building what I would call it a productive life, right? Let's just be on the, let's back up his situation with the best light, right? Like let's say he is doing great. And I would argue, can you get that out of a person in SE? Can you just tease out like what's the real reason why you want to die on the hill of trying to make sense of DNA right now? Or do you have to wait and ask a bunch of questions to get to that?
Die on the hill. I may use that. So personally, and I'm curious what David and Quinn have to say, Alfonso, but I would hesitate to hurry up and do that. But I would definitely try to go towards that direction, especially if I think it's taking too long. And I think if I find myself in a situation where somebody's taking too long or there's too much in between, the rapport building, that's when it would come into play, where you would maybe try to tease out, hey, let's see if we can get to this point here. That's what it would mean. That's what it would be for me. Curious what Quayd and David.
Can you repeat it back just one more time? I'm sorry. I think I got
Yeah, the
part
short
of it.
version is with the
Oh, I
gentleman that was
remember now.
speaking last. He mentioned that he really found his way to this position through being depressed and suicidal thoughts, which, a moment of sharing, like I've had those moments too. I actually think suicide is more prevalent than human beings let on because we're too afraid of the other people not knowing about their suicidal thoughts, so forth and so on. But I'm going to put that on a shelf and talk about that another time. This guy was claiming that this faith really got him out of a bad spot, which is possibly really true, and it's put himself in a really good position in life, and he's a very positive person now, and that can all be true, but it took us 40 minutes, maybe an hour, to get to that conclusion, and I was just curious if SE allows you to just ask direct questions, like, why do you really want to die on the hill of claiming that DNA was designed by an intelligent being? And it seemed like you were taking your time, Quaid, to not do that. And I guess I asked early that, and is there an approach in SE where I can just go to the part where he wants to not lose God, obviously, because he's able to build a worldview that's allowed him to be a positive person in his light. And if I won, quote unquote, a debate with him and finally, brutal logic gave him the situation that there is no, omnipotent being running the world, maybe his worldview would collapse and he might fall into depression again. So, but I want to give him the positive thinking stuff he's looking for, But I also want to get rid of all the negative stuff that he's trying to build off of this, because he's trying to build it off of fact-based logic, which is unnecessary, I guess, in my sort of position. And can you do that with SE, Quaid, or no?
Yeah, so a few things. One is I don't know if David is the first time I've heard somebody do it, but I do know it's either him or somebody else where I think maybe David was the first person I heard about this from, where they ask, "Is that your actual claim?" And that's something that I think is a great question and was good at like kind of getting to the overall point. It's just not what I had thought to ask at the moment. So I think in like in short, the answer would be if you think it's going to work at creating effective
Mm.
change, then yes. Uh, though generally, um, I think we should question how often it would work. Or if you're with the type of person that you feel like I can ask this question and it will create the effect that I want to create, absolutely you should ask it. Um, but I do question how often you can. It's kind of like I say this a lot, but there's the the quote by Daniel Dennett, like there's no easy way to tell somebody that what they've believed their whole life is a lie. And this goes to a lot of things. So when you're talking about somebody's fundamental beliefs or fundamental emotions, it's gonna tend to get really emotional really quick and get really messy and quick, or it's gonna get really like uh, troublesome. I guess is the overall point. So you want to try to build your way up to bigger questions. I guess is the point.
Uh, I would just want to say also, Nathan, that if you were to employ street epistemology in some of your conversations, it would be your style, it sounds like, to ask for the the main reason why they hold a certain belief. And I think that that would be absolutely fine. I think Early was saying earlier that everybody has their own style, and if you see 5 different people that practice street epistemology, you're going to notice 5 different, or maybe even 6 different styles. So it's all about using your own personality and your own style to practice street epistemology in a way that's going to have the person take another look at their views. So whatever whatever questions that need to be asked for them to honestly reconsider, or at least just take another look at why they're believing it, and whether those reasons are solid. That's your style. I think, just from what I've heard so far today in other conversations, I think you'd be really, really good at it. I mean, you already are, because you're asking good questions, getting clarification. As far as what my approach includes, is one of the things that I like to focus on is this your main reason? If it, are we talking about a reason that, if shown to your satisfaction that it wasn't a good reason and that it doesn't affect your confidence, I'm not really interested in that reason. I'm interested in the reasons that would affect your confidence if shown that those reasons are not sufficient. So, and I think here you can see an example of lots of different styles of SE approaches.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. I think I'm very satisfied with all these answers. Different styles. I'm doing a different thing over here in New York. I'm trying to hold the line a little bit. Quaid's trying to lever people away from pretty galvanized worldviews. Early's trying different styles too, and David, you walked in some. You can come at it with your own approach. So basically, it's a complicated approach. So obviously, you need to have a demystifying the approach room with that, thank you so much, guys. Good night.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks again
Good night.
for joining the room. We'll be here next week.
I just wanted to say, am I audible? No.
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
Yep, I hear you.
No, I wanted to ask Nathan if he really believes that it is worse to be religious. 'Cause I've been on Clubhouse for 7 to 8 months now, and I used to strongly believe that religion was bad for society, but now I think humans have evolved prevalent religious communities throughout the planet for a reason. I think there are more advantages than disadvantages, at least till the modern day, when we have perhaps a more scientific approach to healthier lifestyles and stuff that might help us out. But I think overall there are a lot more benefits. Yeah, I hope to talk to Nathan at some point about.
Yeah. Yeah, good question. Yeah, maybe we'll leave that as a teaser for now. I'm not sure if there's any remaining questions, but if there are, come back and we'll try to address them next time. So yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and in the room. We've been here for quite some time, and I want to respect everyone's time for that. So again, thanks everyone for being here. Alfonso, Quayd, Early. Thanks everyone. We'll catch you next Saturday, if not before.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good night.
And there you have it. If you enjoyed this episode of the podcast and want to join the conversation or just listen in, you can find us in the Street Epistemology Club on the Clubhouse app, Saturday afternoon starting at 1 p.m. Pacific Time. Until next time, keep asking questions.